30 seconds and counting. 25 seconds and counting. We are still go. 20 seconds. Guidance alert. The guidance system now going internal. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning to my viewers who are watching just about everywhere. Good very early morning to a large number of you in the Western Hemisphere. Good evening, I believe, to viewers in the Pacific Rim. Welcome to the Angry Astronaut. For those of you who aren't aware, I was unable to make it to Boca Chica, and for very understandable reasons. I had already received a lot of viewer support in order to get me to Washington, D.C. And so, my fundraising was not successful in getting me out to Boca. And you know what? That's all right, because I've been struggling with a very long, stubborn flu for quite some time. And I don't know how thrilled I would be about trying to get out to do another transatlantic flight right now. So let me tell you what is going to be happening. We have two viewers with cameras who are going to be tapping into our feed, two fantastic volunteers who are going to be giving us a feed from the site. However, they are filming from the top of the Holiday Inn at South Padre Island, and they are not permitting them roof access rather, until 6:30 Central Time, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that being 11:30 UK time. In other words, about an hour from now. So by the time they're actually allowed to set up their cameras, the launch window for Starship is going to be coming up fairly soon. So yes, the timer on the screen is counting down to the launch window, the approximate launch window. That doesn't mean that Starship is actually going to lift off precisely when that launch window opens. In fact, it's very likely that it won't, there may be a delay of up to 15, 20 minutes, or if they run into technical problems, it could be even longer than that. If we run into weather issues, that could complicate matters as well. Very happy to have over 200 of you here. Thank you very much. Once again, to reemphasize, we are going to have some live cameras at the site, but the hotel in question that's providing roof access are not allowing these people to go up on the roof for another 56 minutes. So in the meantime, I'm going to be with you folks on and off during this time period. I'm sure that a lot of you are probably going to want to watch live feeds, from What About It or from NASA Spaceflight, Lab Padre, those guys. And I quite understand, because those folks, have cameras on site at the pad and all that. But at the same time, if you want a different perspective on all of this, well, I oftentimes bring a very different perspective from my colleagues on YouTube and elsewhere. So yeah, Captain Quinn, you're right. Definitely This is definitely taking a toll on me. This stinking flu and congestion and cough and everything else. So, and I'm going to be talking for a very long time. So in some ways, this is a little bit of a blessing. I'll be able to take some breaks here in that first hour. So let's go ahead and cover what's going to be happening here. There's been changes made to SpaceX's plans because they intend to do a number of maneuvers in orbit. They intend to fire at least one Raptor engine while Starship is in space and conducting its suborbital trajectory. Because of that, because there's some maneuvering taking place, because they're adding complexity. Now, once again, this is just a personal opinion. I think that there's some question as to whether or not they're going to have thorough control of the vehicle to a degree to where bringing it down off the coast of Hawaii would be a good idea. You know, let me cut myself short because people are actually starting to tell me where you're checking in from, and I forgot to do that. We got Cambridge, 4 marks, a lot of UK folks. Thank you very much. We have Swansea, and also just to let you know, the balcony. It's not a balcony; it's a rooftop access. The hotel's providing rooftop access. Tasmania, Cardiff. Thank you very much. Well, Peter, thank you very much for checking in from Tasmania. You know, the fellow who owns the pub that's about a 5-minute walk from where I live. He's from Tasmania, actually. So that's it. Let's see who else we got. Romania and Cornwall. And let's see. Friesland? Boy, I wish I feel stupid. I should know where that is, but I don't. Newcastle and Roswell. Hello, Roswell. Hello, Anton Nim. We have southwestern France, and we have New Zealand. Thank you very much for checking in. Manchester. And then we have Nottinghamshire, of course, and we have Quebec and Illinois, and we have Nigeria. Thank you very much for checking in today. We got Vegas, baby. Boy, it's early there. North Yorkshire, hello. Thank you very much for watching. We have Toronto and Manchester, UK. South Carolina, hello, Joe. Thank you very much. My former home state and where my kids are still going to college. Jamaica, hello. And France, hello, Paul. And we got Wales and Derby and Croatia and Oregon. And let's see, we got the Netherlands, Noord-Holland, and then another Cornwall. And we have Australia and Warsaw, Japan, Virginia, North Carolina. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Hello, Melbourne, and hello, Uxbridge. Go Starship. Yes, indeed. So, again, to cover what is going to be happening today, what we're going to be watching, because there is complexity in what's being done, because the engines are being fired during this suborbital trajectory, I think there may be some concern as to where Starship is likely to come down. And the time that I spent with the FAA, safety is a huge, huge priority for them. And the Indian Ocean is a really good place. Yes, it is the Indian Ocean. That's what I'm talking about right now, producer. Correct. So in any event, the Indian Ocean is a much safer place to bring a rocket down than off the coast of Hawaii, simply because there's just a vast area of unpopulated, an unpopulated region around there. And, Hawaii, obviously, there isn't a lot there except those islands, but nevertheless, I think the FAA probably wants to be rather safe rather than sorry. So bringing the rocket down in the Indian Ocean region in case they run into any difficulties with what they're trying to do is probably a good idea. So in any event, so a little bit different in that regard, but really when it comes right down to it, a lot of the same, a lot of what we have expected to see. Now, there are, however, a number of other things that SpaceX is attempting to do during this orbital flight, or suborbital flight to be precise, and that is the transfer of fluids, the transfer of propellant and oxidizer from one tank to another, test tanks essentially, in microgravity. And this is something obviously that is incredibly important to the future of Artemis, the future of the Starship, model in general, is to make sure that, low Earth orbit refueling is a possibility. So even though the docking obviously cannot be practiced by one Starship, what we can do is transfer fluids in microgravity. And that in itself is a very challenging thing to do. Fluids do not behave the same in microgravity as they do here on Earth. You have bubbles forming throughout the fluid. And with bubbles forming all over the place, you can have a greater possibility of clogging the fuel lines. So that being the case, you've got to make sure that you test these processes and master them. And so they intend to try to do as much of that as they can during this particular flight. All of this, of course, is assuming that Starship actually gets up to this suborbital trajectory. It's made it past the Kármán line already, but just barely. And so in any event, we got to do that. In addition, as I said, they're going to be firing up the Raptors in orbit, performing some maneuvers, and probably very basic maneuvers, but once again, trying to control Starship operations in orbit is a very important thing to master in these early stages. Got to get this process down. NASA's budget, by the way, was just announced, and hundreds of millions of dollars have been earmarked for the HLS program. And all of that money is going to SpaceX right now. Even though Blue Origin got a chunk of cash, or rather a contract, not necessarily a chunk of cash, a commitment from NASA for billions of dollars. Right now, the money is going to Starship because Starship is the vehicle that's going to be carrying out the Artemis 3 mission. And we need to get it ready as rapidly as possible. So NASA's budget, which, and this makes me very angry, was not approved at the $27 or so billion that was requested, but rather about $25.5 billion. And this significant reduction in budget hasn't impacted Artemis too much, simply because Artemis is such an important part of what NASA is doing right now. So they're making sure that they get priority as far as the funding is concerned. But what this means is that we've had huge cutbacks at JPL, huge cutbacks on interplanetary missions, interplanetary probes, exploration. Just about everything else at NASA has experienced radical cutbacks because, once again, Congress did not give NASA the money that they need. So, as a result, Starship HLS is receiving about $500 million or so in funding. And so with that kind of commitment, that kind of support, NASA is going to be expecting results. So we've got, obviously, the results that we're looking for is mastering low Earth orbit refueling. That is an absolutely critical part of what they're trying to do right now. There are many other things that are going to have to be accomplished here in the future. We're talking, of course, about reusability. They're obviously not going to try to capture the booster, reuse it, anything like that. That's going to be future launches. And none of that is going to be possible either. We're not going to get to that point until we complete this particular mission trajectory, this particular mission plan, which is the suborbital flight, splashdown in the Indian Ocean, the soft landing of the booster in the Gulf of Mexico. All of these things need to be accomplished before we can effectively move forward to the next stages in Starship development. So today's flight, I cannot overstate the importance of today's flight. The first two flights, you know, it was great to watch, you know, spectacular and exciting to watch Starship, you know, get to space this last time. It was exciting to watch things blow up, and, you know, it's always fun to watch rockets blow up. But at this point, we really can't afford to have that happen anymore. And this, by the way, is expecting very rapid progress on SpaceX's part. Very rapid progress indeed. You know, we're demanding essentially that SpaceX, on just their third test launch, achieve an orbital flight, or, you know, very close to an orbital flight, and splashdown of both the orbiter and the booster. Those are tall orders this early in Starship's development process, but it is absolutely necessary if Starship HLS is going to do its job. By the way, real quick, you may have noticed that there's some tagged merchandise that's Team Starship and Team SLS. Those are Angry Astronaut exclusive pieces of merchandise created by the awesome digital artist Nick Henning. You may be familiar with him. He's done a lot of really good animations, Starship animations that have been very famous in the past. He's done some work exclusively for my channel. Couldn't be happier about that. And we currently have a contest between SLS and Starship with this merchandise. And right now it's neck and neck. And I didn't expect that. We have an equal number of shirts, SLS shirts, having been sold as Starship shirts. Whoever wins this race at the end of April, whoever comes out ahead, they're going to get a special video made about their favorite rocket and some unusual applications that those rockets could be used for. And yes, even SLS has some special applications, special missions that it theoretically could carry out, assuming we want to spend $4 billion on the mission, but, you know, it could. So, you know, if SLS actually ends up winning this race, you get a special video made about your favorite rocket, whichever one you prefer. And on top of that, one lucky competitor, one lucky person who buys merch on the winning team, whoever that person may be, and it'll be selected at random, will win a one-of-a-kind piece of merchandise of what I'm calling the dark horse of spaceflight, which is Rocket Lab Neutron. And this is also a unique piece of digital art created by Nick Henning. This will be only a one-of-a-kind piece of merch, and as I say, that'll feature the Rocket Lab Neutron, and that will go out to one random person on the winning team. So all of that having been said, it is all linked here in the and rather tagged here in this particular video. Both pieces of merchandise, both Starship and Team Starship and Team SLS are featured here if you want to go ahead and check that out. So yeah, you're right, John. Not in the good old US of A. There are drawbacks to that, of course, but as I say, given the way I'm feeling right now, I don't see how I could have even made a journey inside the U.S. It would have been quite difficult. It is difficult for me to even talk to you folks right now. So, actually, I've just been told that we have a feed above my head, a merch feed that will show if somebody does purchase an item from either Team SLS. Oh, we got a super chat that just came in. Thank you very much. By the way, just a quick reminder. Thank you, Oki, for the tenor. Really, really appreciate it. Predict April 23rd for launch number 4. Yes, very, very possible. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. By the way, also when we're talking about winners, once this launch, assuming this launch actually happens, I'm going to go back into the records because I had asked for people to make predictions on when Starship was going to launch again. I had a contest running on that one too, and whoever comes closest, well, obviously is going to be the winner. And by the way, thanks very much, Oki. I really appreciate your support. And just so everybody knows, any support that I get in this particular video, well, this is going to go towards me heading to the next launch, because I certainly don't want to miss the fourth one. Missing the third one was tough enough, obviously. Certainly don't want to miss the fourth one. So really appreciate anybody's support today, whether it be a super chat, or you can go to the description to support me on Patreon and become part of my Discord server. By the way, Discord, you get access to a huge community of spaceflight enthusiasts, including a lot of people who work in the industry and know a lot about it. And that also includes some unique content, early release content, etc. And also, if you want to, once a week, you can talk to me directly. I'm available on Sundays prior to my live streams. Folks have been coming online to talk to me. As I say, the the privilege to talk to me is a dubious privilege at best, in my opinion. But if that's something you value, well, that's available too. And that's available to anybody who joins on Patreon, or if you hit that little join button here. All right. Would expect Booster V3 with Raptor V3. No, I don't think so. I don't think Raptor version 3 is going to be serviceable that quickly. I think it may take a little bit longer before we see any of that. Let's see. Saw a video yesterday from NASA Space Kennedy. It is a parking lot, 100 or so cars, the 50s through the 70s. Why would they have all those old cars? I have no idea. Maybe because they are having some sort of collectors get together or something like that. I mean, those sorts of things are popular amongst spaceflight enthusiasts. Classic cars are popular with spaceflight fans. So maybe, I don't know. We are now just a little over an hour and 20 minutes before we are going to be entering into the launch window time frame for Starship. Producer, are you there at the moment? Just want to make sure. Okay. Folks, since you are watching my face and not the actual launch site at the moment, just to remind you, I have camera operators who are going to be live in a little over a half an hour. Some awesome volunteers who are going to have some live feed available for you really soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break for about 7 minutes, and then I'll come back to you. At that point, when I come back, it will be a half an hour before we have our cameras. We should have our cameras on site. As I said before, the Holiday Inn where these folks are setting up does not allow people to go up on the roof until approximately 6:30 Central Time, 7:30 Eastern Time, approximately 11:30 UK time. So that's why we don't have any live cameras right now, but we will soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back very soon. Hello, everyone. Back to the best of my ability, anyway. As a lot of you know, I've still been struggling, recovering from this flu that just seems to hang on forever. But in any event, I am here and doing the best I can to cover this event. I am just to let you know, I am currently still in just outside of Milton Keynes in the UK. I was not able to make it to this launch simply because I had certainly had some fantastic support, but not enough to get me out there. And that's quite understandable because the viewers had already supported me getting to DC. And to cover the FAA convention there, which was an amazing experience and lots of really positive content that I'm getting out of that. So that being the case, wasn't able to get there this time. However, any support I get during this live stream will get me out to the next launch. In the meantime, we have folks on the ground who are trying to get into position right now to give us a live camera feed from the top of the Holiday Inn Hotel in South Padre Island. So we're going to get some camera feed here within the next 30 minutes or so. Is the estimated time right now that we'll get some cameras. Once again, yeah, the launch window's coming up real soon. Of course, the launch window doesn't mean that we're going to have a liftoff right when the countdown reaches 0. In fact, we almost certainly will not have a launch when that happens. Instead, we'll get to a countdown hold, we'll get a go, no-go poll, etc. And if things go similarly to the way previous launches have, we'll have a launch anywhere from 15 minutes to 30 minutes after the launch window arrives. So we are waiting right now for our fantastic volunteer cameramen in South Padre to get set up. As I said before, they are not permitted to go up to the roof of the hotel that they're in for about another 20 minutes or so. And then, of course, they need to get set up and such. So it'll be a little while before we have a camera feed. But in the meantime, we are going to be today's window, at least 2 hours, I think. The thing of it is that the window is not really dependent on the position of the Earth or position of targets, in space, because this is just a suborbital flight. So I would say that the window is largely dependent on what the recent license that was provided. And you know something? Now that you've asked that, let me just go ahead and pull it up because I got the. Yes, the weather obviously will be a big part of that as well. The weather could be very problematic today for all we know. I understand that there are wind issues there, but let me go ahead and yes, here we go. Our modified license is here. Yeah, I got a modified license from my friends at the FAA. Let's see what kind of information they sent to us, assuming that. Well, that's interesting. That's just commercial space data. And their environmental documents. Okay. SpaceX Starship Super Heavy project at Boca Chica launch site. All right. Let's have a look and see if we have any. This is a review of public safety issues such as overflight of populated areas and payload contents, national security or foreign policy concerns, insurance requirements for the launch operator, and potential environmental impacts. All right. Let's see. Tiered environmental assessment for the Indian Ocean. The FAA is announcing the availability of the final tiered environmental assessment and finding of no significant impact. And of course, this was necessary from the environmental side. Otherwise, no launch would be happening for the SpaceX Starship Indian Ocean landings. the FAA being the lead agency. Then they actually have the final environmental assessment. I'm going to go ahead and post a lot of this stuff in the description a little bit later on so that you guys can see all of that. So the FAA modified SpaceX's vehicle operator license that will allow SpaceX to land Starship in the Indian Ocean. The proposed action includes expanding the Starship section stage landing area into the Indian Ocean to accommodate new trajectories proposed by SpaceX. In addition, the FAA must also approve related airspace closures for Starship reentry operations. SpaceX's proposed action is to conduct a total of 10 nominal operations, including up to a maximum of 5 overpressure events from Starship intact impact and up to a total of 5 reentry debris or soft water landings in the Indian Ocean within a year of issuance. So in other words, we're looking at 5 future landings in the Indian Ocean, apparently. John, thank you so much for the tenor, my friend. Really appreciate your support. Like I say, any support I get today is going to help me get to IFT4, which of course is something I absolutely want to do. Okay, so it provides some information on the modification. The additional information in the application includes more detail about the operation of the deluge system, the addition of a forward heat shield interstage to the vehicle, and the expansion of the area of potential effects for cultural resources. Okay, so let's see if we can get some more specifics on that. The FAA concluded that the proposed modification to the vehicle operator license for Starship Super Heavy operations conforms to the prior environmental documentation. So, in other words, no changes big enough to require any more environmental examination. The preparation of supplemental or a new environmental document is not necessary to support the proposed action. And then they have very lengthy biological assessments here as well. We're talking 500 pages, guys, worth of environmental studies. So obviously a lot of work has been done here to make sure that the impact of Starship on these surrounding protected wildlife refuges is going to be as minimal as possible. Let's see here. All right, so we have a reevaluation. The FAA concluded that the issuance of a vehicle operator license for Starship Super Heavy operations conforms to the prior environmental documentation. It is essentially valid. There are no significant environmental changes. All pertinent conditions and requirements of the prior approval have been met. So once again, no problems. And of course, that's why we have a launch taking place today. And they have the reevaluation for, this could be interesting. Let's check the reevaluation for the Super Heavy reentry. See if they give us any more information about that. Okay. Based on Starships for launch, SpaceX plans to conduct a passive descent that would result in Starship's intact impact with the ocean's surface. Starship's planned landing location for the launch is shown below. Okay, except I think this is still Hawaii. Let's have a look and see if they have the new information for, okay, so what they have here in all this new information, I'll see if I can post some of this stuff for you because it's pretty interesting. They show the different areas that theoretically could be threatened by the Super Heavy in the Gulf of Mexico. So that's a pretty detailed map that shows all of that. And then it details all of the potential environmental consequences, et cetera. Man, it even has all the different animals that are present in this in the Starship landing area. This includes the blue whale, the false killer whale. Because I actually like a lot of these animals. That's just why bring them up. The fin whale, the sperm whale, the Hawaiian monk seal. So apparently this also dates back to the Hawaii splashdown. Green turtle, Central Pacific, hawksbill turtle, leatherback turtle, loggerhead turtle, olive ridley turtle, lots of turtles. Giant manta ray, the oceanic white-tipped shark. So all of those theoretically are in a threatened area, but again, not threatened significantly enough by a rocket splashdown to facilitate any sort of serious environmental concerns. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. What else do we got here? Oh, we got even more. Bride's whale, minx whale, the Blainesville beaked whale. God, they've done a lot of work on this. Colors, I mean, I can't tell you how many whales there are here. Also, lots of dolphins. Bottlenose, Fraser's dolphin, pantropical spotted dolphin, rough-toothed dolphin. I haven't even heard of some of these dolphins. Spinner dolphin, striped dolphin. So yeah, they've done a really thorough examination of any and all species in the region where the booster, where Starship is going to come down, etc., and then assess, is this problematic? Which of course it isn't. I mean, a booster splashing down in some random location in the Pacific or the Indian Ocean or any place else, or the Starship that is, and the booster splashing down somewhere in the Gulf obviously is not going to present any sort of real serious threat. It also talks about the habitats, hazardous materials, solid waste, pollution prevention, noise and noise compatible land use. Of course, I know all about that noise. So let's see, based on the above review and in conformity with FAA order, blah, 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 the FAA has concluded that the issuance of a vehicle operator license for Starship Super Heavy operations conforms to the prior environmental documentation, and that the data contained in the 2022 PEA remains substantially valid. There are no significant environmental changes, and that all pertinent conditions and requirements of the prior approval have been met or will be met in the current action. Therefore, the preparation of a supplemental or new environmental document is not necessary to support the proposed action. And I guess the reason that I've decided to cover all of that with you, or to talk about that, is to reemphasize what I've been saying for a while now. The FAA is not doing anything to stand in the way of SpaceX. I really don't think that they are, because if they wanted to, they could have taken all of these environmental, circumstances or these various animals that are in the threatened area, blah, 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 and said, you know what, we need more environmental studies done. We need to examine the environmental impacts a little bit more thoroughly before we allow another launch, especially if the Starship is going to be setting down in the Indian Ocean instead of the Pacific, et cetera, et cetera. But they're doing none of these things. And, that to me, yeah, if the booster hits a whale, that probably won't be a great thing. But at the same time, the odds of that are infinitesimally small. But the producer just brought that up, just so you know. But yeah, it's so yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say here is that the FAA really is doing nothing to stand in the way significantly of SpaceX's operations and their development of Starship. I have believe that for some time now. It's the FAA has taken a lot of hate, a lot of naysayers, a lot of attacks in social media, and I've been guilty of it myself. Before I really understood what the FAA was doing and their focus on public safety, and once I became more aware of what their concerns were and why they do what they do, it became pretty obvious to me as to why they take the actions that they do. And I don't think they're standing in the way of SpaceX at all. They're just doing what's necessary in order to protect public safety. And I think that's very important. And environmental concerns are also, they can't be ignored. and all of those have been taken into account. Seems to me that if there's going to be something that's going to mess up SpaceX's plans and their intent for trying to develop Starship and develop lunar Starship and the HLS Starship, tankers, etc., the FAA is not going to create these problems. So I really don't think that's going to be an issue. All these developments will help speed up science and technology, including SpaceX's Flash Gordon. Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree. So we are getting closer and closer to the launch window. We should have our camera operators up on the roof of the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island here in the next 15 minutes or so, I think. Once again, we need to keep in mind these folks are not professionals. They're just volunteering their time, and we've done some run-throughs with them. But nevertheless, you know, there could be some hiccups here with them getting set up, and I deeply appreciate what they're doing. And also, of course, the SpaceX feed is going to be coming up soon as well. So we're going to see the SpaceX feed, and we're going to see some camera work from the actual, from South Padre Island as well. So we're going to bring you a fair amount of coverage, given the fact that I'm not going to be there, and super happy about that. And that absolutely would not be happening without the support of my fantastic viewers. Book on Starship has not come out yet. No, I will, however, be giving some previews from it, the first couple of chapters, be sending that out. The thing of it is that I've gotten a lot more information about space-based solar power lately. That is an important development, a lot more details on that. That is a very important development, the technology for the future of human civilization that Starship can help facilitate. And that being the case, then we really want to, I want to make sure that I cover that in great detail and also cover it accurately. So there's some new developments that have come up with how Starship can save the world, and want to make sure all of that gets included. But in the meantime, I have a lot done. And I'm going to go ahead and start sending that out to those of you who have prepaid. And I really, really appreciate that. Okay. We still have over 250 people watching. I really appreciate it. Please like and please subscribe. And let's see. Also, just so you know, we have we also, as I've said before, we have a merch competition going on between Team Starship and Team SLS. And interestingly enough, it's tied right now. The same number of people have bought Team SLS shirts as bought Team Starship shirts, which I didn't expect at all. And whoever the winning team, whoever ends up being the winning team, will get a custom video made about their favorite rocket and some of the unusual and exciting applications that that rocket could be used for. And yes, even SLS has theoretically some special missions that it could be used for in the future. That merchandise is tagged in this video. So, and of course, any support gathered from that is going to go to my effort to try to get to IFT4. And once again, guys, sorry, I'm gonna be talking to you guys in a rasping voice for a lot of what's going on today, because I'm still recovering from this awful flu that I picked up in Washington, D.C. Very unpleasant, but just doing my best to get through it and to continue bringing you guys the best coverage that I possibly can this morning. And I really appreciate all you guys being tuned in. Let's see. We're checking. Yeah, SpaceX will be providing us a feed here very soon. And also we're going to have other cameras on the roof as well. So you guys are going to get a number of different perspectives of Starship launching today, thanks to our awesome volunteer viewers out in Boca Chica. So very much, yep, you're right. They won't be able to afford SLS. I mean, with their budget, I mean, right now they've allocated money has been allocated to SLS. They'll have enough to launch like one rocket a year. That's about it. With SLS, it's just insane how expensive that rocket is. But we'll see. If China starts looking like they're going to land on the moon before the United States does, that may change budgets in the future. We'll see how it goes. I appreciate it, Anton. Thank you very much. The SpaceX can't make Raptor 4 or 5. Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I think that SpaceX is going to continue to advance their technology and continue to refine Starship and the Raptor until it's a much better rocket than what we're seeing right now. Starship is still not a mature system right now at all. It's still an experimental prototype. So we got a ways to go before we're going to see a fully mature Starship, a fully mature HLS, lunar Starship, setting down at the lunar South Pole with astronauts on board. Okay, let's see, just checking through to see what other kind of comments we have right now. Need to go to sleep, but I don't want to miss the launch, says Eric. I know how you feel. I'm frankly quite exhausted myself, but that's just because I'm ill, not because I didn't get sleep last night. I did. But that doesn't change anything, I'll tell you. This has been nasty. There's just no other way to put it. It hangs on forever. All right. I am continuing to, let's see. Just 1 second. I'm checking with one of my volunteers at the moment. All right. So we have just gotten a delay of SpaceX's live feed to 7:56 Central, 8:56 Eastern. About a delay of about 25 minutes or so from when they were supposed to go live. So that means that, they'll be coming on in a little over half an hour. We'll have the SpaceX feed. And we should have cameras in place. Aaron, are you in producer? Are you in communication with? Okay. All right. All right. So we should be, but we may have cameras. I'm hoping that we're going to have cameras for you here in the next few minutes. That's once again, to emphasize, the hotel where our volunteers are right now does not permit them to go up on the roof until about 6 minutes from now, 6:30 a.m. Central Time. So that being the case, they need to get up there and they need to get set up. So we'll see. But we should have a view for you here really soon. Looking forward, Dream Chaser more than Starship, says Rob. In some ways, so am I. Dream Chaser is pretty cool. Little mini Starship and all the different applications it can be used for. It's a very exciting ship indeed, and I will be covering that one in person. Really looking forward to it. And if all goes well, I'll be covering not only the liftoff and the flight, but I'll be covering the landing as well. So I am super excited about that. We haven't seen anything come down, landing from orbit like that. Since the last space shuttle flew, and we're talking over 10 years. When Dream Chaser comes back down, it's going to be a momentous event. All right, so one of our volunteers is close to getting into position right now. It's probably still going to be a few minutes though before he's ready. And we're, as I say, we have two different volunteers, and we're seeing whether or not either of them are going to be ready, but we should have it here really soon. Yes. And so one of them, as I say, is crossing the bridge into South Padre, is about to arrive on site, but we'll need to get set up and everything. So it's still going to be a few minutes before we have a camera from him. And we have another viewer who's actually in the hotel right now, and he should be getting into position too. So once again, I know I keep saying this, but we should have camera views for you here really soon. Yeah, very good point. Dream Chaser does indeed look like Crichton's wormhole ship from Farscape. Farscape is one of my favorite sci-fi TV shows of all time. It was such a really fantastic show. One of the few shows where they had really bizarre, interesting aliens in it. It was just a fascinating show. Aliens put together by the Jim Henson Company. It was the Muppet aliens, a lot of them, and really, and also some just real good costuming and such. Ian, thank you. And I really do appreciate that. Yeah. Well, heck, if you're in Birmingham, I mean, that's really close by. Ian, email me sometime. Let's get together, because I'm already setting up meetings with other folks here in Britain. I'm going to Lincoln on the 22nd, 23rd, something like that, to meet with a viewer. So yeah, feel free to email me and maybe we can get together. What am I hearing about ULA's future? Still nothing new. I mean, all these things are still rumors right now. We have no confirmation from anybody that Blue Origin is actually going to buy them out. But at the same time, Jeff Bezos just went and sold a ton of Amazon stock. What is he going to do with all those billions of dollars? I can't imagine that he's going to do anything besides buy ULA. But if he does, it still needs to be approved by the government. The government needs to decide that this is not going to be a monopolistic organization, a combined Blue Origin ULA company. In my opinion, it is a monopolistic company, and the government shouldn't permit it to exist. But that's my opinion. Peter, thank you so much for the $10 Australian. Really appreciate that. Late Jack King doing the Apollo 11. Well, thank you. That's a very nice. That's a very nice comparison to make. Really appreciate that. Boeing people I talked to say they're trying to crush NASA. They think of them as a competitor that should be incorporated into the thoughts of the space industry. It's all very complex. And, we also have what essentially amounts to the competition between the Old Boys Network, the Old Boys outfit, and SpaceX and Blue Origin for that matter. Although Blue Origin, in many ways, I think they're almost trying to become part of the Old Boys Club rather than fight them. And I don't know. We'll see how all that develops. Graham, thank you so much for the 20 quid. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. And as I say before, any support I get today, that's going to help me get to IFT4. It can be done through Super Chats, or if you are not a Patreon supporter, it'd be great if you became one, because you, for as little as $3 a month, you can join our Discord server and get to know hundreds of spaceflight enthusiasts, many of whom work in the industry for some of the big companies whose names you know. They're all part of this Discord server and really know a lot about this industry. And of course, also you get exclusive content, early release content, and if you want to, you get to talk to me too. I'm available on Sundays and I talk to the viewers. So if that's valuable to you, then you get that as well. $3 a month. I mean, it's not much really. And you get a lot out of it. If you're interested in that, that's all in the description if you want to be a Patreon supporter. Okay, Andrew, let's see. I remember Farscape 1 too. It was a great show. I watched it about any sci-fi as long as it's a good story. Yeah, well, Farscape was awesome. I really enjoyed that whole thing. Really fantastic story. The thing I like the most about it is the fact that the peacekeepers, the only aliens, quote unquote, that looked human in that show were these awful Nazi-like oppressors, you know. And so when Crichton arrives on the other side of the galaxy or whatever, looking like one of them, they immediately, you know, misinterpreted or decided that he must be one of the bad guys. So all the alien characters hated his guts right off the bat because they thought he was a peacekeeper. That was just a great way to get a series started. I think that was just a fantastic. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. Here's an update that we have, and this isn't the greatest news. There apparently is really awful fog out at the launch site. What that means is that the cameras that are all the way out in South Padre are not going to be able to see a damn thing. We'll see. It's fog has a way of clearing there, and it's also very possible that the fog is disrupting their launch plans. This, of course, for those of you who are watching NASA Spaceflight and Lab Padre, those people, it's probably not affecting them because their cameras are right on top of the launch site. But yeah, this could have a significant impact on South Padre Island. Visibility is is about 100 yards. We've got a volunteer who's heading up to the roof right now. Producer, that is DJ. Yeah. Right. So he is headed up to the roof right now. Once again, not going to get a whole lot of visuals because of the fog. So just giving you guys a warning ahead of time. But said that any camera views from the hotel are not going to be ideal because of the fog. You know what? I can actually get a look at that. Let me have a look real quick. Bear with me, guys. I am going to have a quick look at what the camera view looks like from the hotel. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I am looking at a hotel camera shot right now from the HDI Resort in South Padre Island, and it's a black screen. Can't see a damn thing, and it's because of the fog. Now, once again, we'll see. Fog clears very quickly in Boca Chica, depending on the circumstances. But as of right now, you can't see a thing from the hotel. But we'll see. Maybe that'll change soon. All right. So headed back to our feed here and checking up on the status of our awesome volunteers who are making this possible. All right. So very soon, as I say, we will have cameras up and running from the rooftop. But once again, just so that you guys are properly prepared for all of this, the fog coverage is horrific in Boca Chica at the moment. Visibility approximately 100 yards. So not all that cool. But at the same time, I suspect that we're probably going to have visibility clearing as time goes on. And then SpaceX's stream will be going live in approximately 20 minutes. So we'll definitely. Oh, yeah, we got people just waking up. Yeah, launch scheduled for 7:30 Central Time, which is a little less than an hour. Let me go ahead and Bear with me, guys. I'm getting an update right now. So SpaceX's feed will be going live in approximately 20 minutes. And the launch is scheduled for 8:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Central Time, 12:30 UK time. Interesting. According to Jan Kowalski, there's no NASA WB-57. That's interesting. Okay. Do we have any, producer, do you have any clarification as to why that's the case? Why we don't have a WB-57? All right. So we may have a WB-57 a little bit later on. Yeah. Yep, that's another thing is with fog issues. Obviously, any aircraft flying in fog is a problematic thing. They may not be able to see that much. So, yeah, I mean, depending on how things go with the fog right now, this could be one of the better launches for me to miss. Because it sounds like that the visibility from the hotel is pretty wretched. Of course, the sound's going to be absolutely incredible, but the visibility may be not that great. Producer, are we able to fix the timer? Because it's 53 minutes to launch now. Yeah, we're fixing that currently. Good morning, Mike. I'm live at the moment. Just so you know. So everybody, just still struggling with the flu at the moment, folks. So if my voice sounds less than ideal, then that's why. Can't see how SpaceX can risk a fog launch, says TS. Well, they've done them before. SpaceX launched SN11 in very thick fog, and they brought the ship back, and it airbursted. It was the nastiest explosion that a Starship has experienced so far in this test campaign. That the airburst of SN11 actually sent debris, insulation material, all the way to South Padre Island. All the way to South Padre. All right, folks. So here's what we're going to do at this point. We're going to take a 2-minute break between 2 and 5 minutes because our volunteer cameramen are up on the roof right now. We want to go ahead and get them coordinated to where they can bring us the camera view. Okay. So I'm going to go off the air for about between 2 to 5 minutes so we can get them set up. And then after that, we'll be back with the best camera view we can provide from the roof of the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island. So I'll be back very soon, folks. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, the cameras are about to go live. We have both of our volunteers up on the roof of the Holiday Inn. Once again, to be clear, I want to just give you guys the proper expectations here. It's horrible fog in Boca Chica. So visibility is garbage right now. So don't expect to see a whole lot, but we will we'll just let you know what they can see. Obviously, at the moment of liftoff, there will be a hell of a lot of light, even in the fog. That should still be visible in that regard. But we are hoping to get some clearing. The launch will be taking place in approximately 44 minutes. Approximately 44 minutes. And once again, to be clear, I am not in Boca Chica. The whole reason we're able to bring you any camera work here at all is because we have some fantastic volunteer viewers who are sending you some images. We'll be showing you that here real soon. As I say, though, you won't be seeing much because there's just lots of fog in Boca Chica today. This is going to be a less, well, We're waiting for any sort of notification from SpaceX. SpaceX is still saying that weather is 70% favorable for the third launch. So according to SpaceX, we still don't have a scrub. I mean, it could happen, but we don't have an official announcement of a scrub. All right, guys. So we're waiting to bring you some camera work here soon. And in the meantime, waiting for updates. Again, let's go ahead and reiterate everything that's going to be taking place here. SpaceX has changed the nature of this flight pretty substantially. They're going to be carrying out a number of different operations and tests in this suborbital flight, including the activation of one of the Raptor engines in space, which, again, they want to test vacuum Raptors in space. That's an important thing to do because you can't maneuver without doing that. And also the transition of fluids in a microgravity environment from one tank to another. That's not the same as low Earth orbit refueling, but it's a start. So they're going to be doing that as well. And then splashing down in the Indian Ocean. Now, it's entirely possible that the reason that they're doing that, they've changed the splashdown location is simply for safety, because the new trajectory that SpaceX is going to be undertaking as a result of using those Raptors has probably changed the trajectory of the rocket. And so they want to bring it down in a place that's going to be safe. The Indian Ocean is a very safe thing indeed. All right. So, boy, we over 300 people still watching. I really do appreciate that. Bear with me just one moment here. Checking the. That was a quick cup of coffee. Yeah, it's. I'll tell you, I would in some ways I wish I could have gone offline a little bit longer, just to bounce back a little bit. I'll tell you, this has not been an easy broadcast for me. I just wish I was getting well a little bit faster, but I'm just not. So do my job to the best of my ability, and I appreciate everybody checking in. So yeah, we're still waiting to get cameras from the roof. Once again, though, I mean, we should have those very soon. We're in the middle of setting them up right now, but the problem is there isn't a lot to see, guys. It's fog at night, so not a hell of a lot to see currently. And this is, honestly, that's something I don't know a great deal about. There's a question about gravity turns. I wish I could explain that to you, but that's actually something I'm not as familiar with. Sorry, but I'll be happy to address it here in just a minute. There are gaps in my knowledge. All right. So in many ways, okay, gravity turns, I mean, as I understand them anyway, gravity is used in the as we conduct interplanetary missions or missions to the moon, etc. We utilize the gravity of just about every body in space in order to execute maneuvers. This is something that became much more common during and after the Voyager missions. Flybys, gravity-assisted maneuvers. All of this is something that the Voyager spacecraft made maximum use out of. And ever since then, we've been using gravity-assisted flybys in order to facilitate interplanetary journeys throughout the solar system. We learned in the 1970s that gravity-assisted flybys could significantly increase the velocity of any vehicle executing that type of flyby. And that's what allowed Voyager to get out to a variety of different destinations. And much quicker than it would have ordinarily. The grand tour that Voyager took of the solar system, going to Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and later on to Neptune, etc. All of those were facilitated by these gravity flybys and wouldn't have happened otherwise. And so a gravity flyby, it's an interesting phenomenon. What happens is you use gravity to increase your velocity in a close approach, etc. Do we want to change that to a horizontal
landscape?
Oh, there we go.
You're welcome. Can you?
All right, so now we're getting our cameras. So the vehicle
here's your
increases
old
in speed because of
hotel,
gravity as
Jordan.
it approaches, and then it zooms by. And then the reason that, well, there's a lot of theories as to why things work out this way. The reason it doesn't decelerate by the same amount as it's heading away from the object is by the time it makes that pass, it's going a lot faster. And so as it's going faster, it stays inside the gravitational influence of the object for a shorter amount of time. So the gravitational influence of the object is less pronounced as it's leaving it behind. So, so that being the case, gravity-assisted maneuvers have really helped facilitate the exploration of the solar system. So here we go, guys. This is the roof, and as you can see, you can't see a damn thing. It's nothing but fog up there, guys. And you can see there's other people with their cameras up, and they can't see a damn thing either. Unfortunately, that is what we are currently looking at.
It'll look good when it lights up, though.
All right, guys, we have another delay from SpaceX on their live coverage. They have now pushed out until 7:29 Central Time, 8:29 Eastern, and noon here in the UK. So yeah, we definitely have some complications. It appears, I think, the fog and maybe the wind is having an impact. So I'm interested as to. I'm going to have a quick look here, real quick. Let's have a quick look and see. See how bad that fog is in general. Okay, so yeah, we can see the the tower on Lab Padre. I was just checking that out, but other than that, like nothing. They have a small like horizontal view of the tower, and other than that, the big landscape view is showing you pretty much what you're seeing here. The fog is really interfering with people's ability to film this event currently. Once again, these sorts of things, we've been lucky with a lot of these launches lately that we haven't run into these kinds of problems in the past. Because I'll tell you, it happens all the time. So as you can see, there are tons of people. Hey, Robert, what are you seeing up there? Can you hear me, Robert? All right.
Right over here.
Yeah, it could be that he's muted currently. Gotcha. All right, so I'm trying to get some more information on what they're seeing right now, but what we're looking at currently are lots and lots of people on the roof of the Holiday Inn staring at fog. Sadly, that is what we are currently seeing. That is probably what's leading to SpaceX delaying their live coverage, which has now been pushed out until 7:30 Central Time. Yeah. So, I mean, the fog is impacting even the cameras that are on the other side of the bay. So, yeah, this is one of those launch opportunities that happen in Boca Chica, that the fog really screws things up. And I've been lucky enough to never actually have to deal with that. I've been very fortunate that I've never been to one of those launches where you can't see a damn thing because of the fog. So anyway. Okay. So currently there could be high altitude winds causing some disruption. The fog should not stop SpaceX from launching. However, it is possible the fog is making things a little bit more difficult in order to get all of their operations their pre-launch preparations carried out. Difficult to say, but high altitude winds could very well be problematic, and there's a good chance that that's why we have a delay. Well, that's not bad. 11-mile-per-hour winds. However, Mike, just so you guys know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to some folks who are in my Discord chat right now. By the way, any of you guys who are Discord members, who are Patreon supporters, feel free to hop in the Discord chat. And because a lot of those we're talking to them right now. So, Mike, is that 11-mile-an-hour wind? Is that ground level? Is that or is that high altitude? Okay. Right. So we're not sure what the upper level winds are. We just know that the ground level is 11 miles an hour, which is no big deal. 11-mile-an-hour wind should not interfere with a launch. So we'll see what the high altitude winds, what kind of impact those might have. And I'm checking with a number of my sources as well all the time. New liftoff time has now been set for 8:02 Central Time, AM Central Time, which is approximately a little over an hour from now. Okay, so here's what's causing the problem, guys. We got the word from SpaceX. The team is clearing a few boats from the keep out area in the Gulf of Mexico. As usual, we have complications being created by mariner traffic. Now, this could be fishing boats who are unaware of what's going on. Or it could be entitled kids on spring break. I think that that's probably more likely, is that we have, a bunch of kids on spring break who took some boats out. In any event, they're being cleared out of the exclusion zone. So that, according to SpaceX, is what's causing the disruption. It has nothing to do with high altitude winds or any other problems. So, right. Guys, we want to say thank you to the Holiday Inn for giving access to the roof. I want to say thank you very much to the fantastic and viewers who have volunteered their time to give us these camera shots. Really, really wonderful. So, guys, definitely need to check out the Holiday Inn if you visit Boca Chica to watch one of these launches. It's a great property. I've been there many times. Definitely encourage you guys to check out that hotel. Okay. Yeah, and like I say, you guys, if you want to join the channel on Patreon, as I've said a number of times, it's only $3 a month, which gives you access not only to the Discord server, but to exclusive content, early release content, etc. Just go to the description and click on that Patreon link, and I have an invite posted in the Patreon link that'll allow you to come straight into the Discord server. And we have a growing crowd in here right now. We got half a dozen viewers sitting in here with me at the moment, making their contributions, and their don't touch my boats, habitual line crossers says making their contributions on in new information that they're getting. And we have fantastic folks who are up on the roof and just giving us a little bit of a tour of what's going on, because, as I say, there ain't a damn thing to see except fog out there at the moment. Once again, to reiterate on what's going to be taking place in approximately an hour's time now, and SpaceX will be doing their live coverage starting in about 30 minutes. Starship will lift off, obviously. We hope that the Starship orbiter will make it to a suborbital trajectory that will eventually take it back to the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, the booster will conduct a soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico. The suborbital trajectory will take Starship to the Indian Ocean instead of Hawaii, off the coast of Hawaii. And the reason this is being done is because of some changes in maneuvers that are being carried out, testing of vacuum raptors in orbit. And so all of that leading to a change in the trajectory. In addition to that, there's going to be an experimentation done. Subex, thank you very much for becoming an angry advocate, rejoining as an angry advocate, brother. Thank you so much for doing that. And by the way, angry advocates can also become part of the Discord server if they want to. So, and the fuel tank to fuel tank transfer of propellant is probably the most important experiment that's going to be carried out during this suborbital flight, because obviously we need to get the process of low Earth orbit refueling mastered. That is very, very important indeed. So all of that is going to be carried out, assuming, of course, that the orbiter gets to the trajectory that it hasn't been able to get to up to now. Let's hope that third time is the charm. Fingers crossed, everybody. All right. Bear with me, checking other information. Please repeat. All right, we got the dawn coming up in South Texas currently. Hopefully that will help burn off the fog. Fingers crossed, huh? Let's hope that that burns off the fog. Okay. T-0 is being shifted again in order to get the boats out of the exclusion zone. SpaceX just provided another update. Now the launch time is 8:10 a.m. Central Time, 9:10 Eastern Time, 1:10 UK time. And so, yeah, it appears that these fun-loving knuckleheads out in the Gulf are doing a lot to disrupt SpaceX's activities. Oh, well, what are you going to do? So, in any event, still a little over an hour before we're going to have liftoff. Approximately 30 minutes, maybe a little bit less before SpaceX goes live. And as you can see, guys, nothing but fog out there. Not a whole lot of fun in that regard, but it is what it is. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm going to check some other things here real quick. Checking some other updates. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get the kettle going and get myself a hot cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry, DJ, we can't hear you. I totally agree. Looking good. Hello, everyone. I am back with my necessary fuel to keep me running. Once again, this is that we are not seeing much because of the fog. It's the Boca Chica is like this, unfortunately. The dawn is coming up, as you can see. But unfortunately, Boca has a way of disrupting our ability to see things clearly anyway. That doesn't necessarily mean that the launch can't happen. It just means that people in South Padre Island really can't see a damn thing except fog during a liftoff. Good morning, everyone. Hey, why don't everybody check in again? Where are you watching from? It's been a while since I've asked that question, so let's ask it again. Where is and by the way, in the meantime, don't forget to like and subscribe. Super important. And also thank you to everybody that's been supporting me with super chats and helping me essentially get out to IFT4. Because I certainly don't want to miss that one. We got California checking in. Thank you very much. And Tasmania. And South Central Arkansas. And we have Ireland and Tasmania. We have London and Perth. Hello, Perth, Scotland. And we also have Alaska, Seattle, Washington, and Hawaii. Kalamazoo, Michigan. By the way, my daughter may be going to do post grad work in Ann Arbor. Illinois, Toronto. I'm drinking Americano. Essentially an instant Americano that they have over here from a shopping place or a grocery store called Marks and Spencer. It's really good. Instant coffee is amazingly good here in England. Chicago, Swansea, Yorkshire, Florida, Stratford, Connecticut, Winterberg, Germany, Nottingham, and Casterville, Texas, Stratford. We also have Vancouver, BC. We have Manchester and Deutschland and Stockholm, Sweden. We also have West Yorkshire, Maryland, Northern Ireland. Thanks very much for checking in. Estonia. Thank you very much for watching from all the way out in Estonia. Kentucky, Atlanta, Edinburgh, and Connecticut. Yes, I actually got this shirt, this Sweden shirt, from Primark here in Britain for 99 pence. And it is such a comfortable t-shirt. Primark, by the way, is my favorite clothing store in the world. They have some really good quality stuff for ridiculously low prices. It's cheaper than Walmart in the United States. It's cheaper than TJ Maxx. It's cheaper than everybody, and yet it's good stuff. So yeah, they're awesome. Love Primark. Okay, we have Somerset and Stockholm, Roswell, Cornwall, Seattle, Christchurch, New Zealand. Hello, thank you for checking in. We have Louisville, Kentucky. All right. We have Holland and Panama. Thank you so much for checking in, Panama. We have Mulheim on Ruhr. Hello, Carl. We have Birmingham and Tampa. Everything I wear is from Primark. Yep, it's I get you. I mean, it's hard to shop anyplace else, you know. I mean, when you can get good clothes for, I mean, my sport coats are the only thing I get that are more expensive. They're a little pricier, my sport coat stuff. But other than that, Primark is awesome. Okay, we have Tampa, Olympia, Washington. Everyone shops there. That's true, Captain Quinn. Okay. We got producer who's got some things going on with his kid, which of course is the most important thing, but that doesn't matter. We're going to stay on the air. As you can see, the dawn is coming up in Boca Chica. Let's see who else we got checking in. We got Brisbane and Greece. Thank you very much for checking in. My daughter was just there about a year ago. Mooresville, North Carolina, Murray Bridge, Australia, Lots of folks. That's too many people for me, says Captain Quinn. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there, definitely. Primark always has, it depends on when you go there. Fortunately, because the nature of my job, I can go there like on a Monday morning at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. There's almost nobody at Primark then. So the Fiverr, thank you so much, Matthew, for that support. When do you think SpaceX will get serious about giving Starship landing legs? They have to at some point. You're right. I mean, we're not talking, of course, about the booster that gets caught, but rather the landing legs that are going to be necessary for the moon. And I think that's going to be a real challenge, a massive challenge, because Starship is very tall and top heavy. And we've seen what happens to spacecraft that are tall and kind of ungainly like that, landing on the moon. And the Odysseus from Intuitive Machines was was not nearly as tall, had not nearly as bad of a ratio of height to the width of landing gear. That ratio for them was not nearly as bad as it will be for Starship. And yeah, I think that's going to be a bit problematic. I've always felt that the best plan for Starship is to send a low-slung lander first and have them build a landing pad for Starship out of fused lunar regolith. I've always felt that that's the best plan. Don't try to land Starship on regolith. Land Starship on a solid landing pad and have a smaller lander do the job. Now, it is possible that we could have robots do that job, have a robot create a concrete-like landing pad for Starship. But honestly, I think we may find as time goes on that we're going to have to do that before we can safely land Starship on the lunar surface. Fire those engines, burn up some of that fog. Yeah, well, we definitely have some light right now, and it looks like we definitely have more visibility than we did before. So that's good news. Obviously, we still can't see the tower. We can't see the flashing lights from the tower or anything like that yet. For actual landing, yes, send Alpaca first. Yeah, or not even necessarily Alpaca. There have been a number of low-slung lander designs that never got to the final stage. That's unfortunate, I think. We're going to find, I think, as time goes on, that was a mistake. Because Blue Moon is a little better when it comes to height versus the width of the landing gear, but not much. And in addition to that, Blue Moon carries all of its propellant and oxidizer at the top. The crew are at the bottom level of the lander, and all that heavy propellant and oxidizer is at the top. That's going to be ridiculously top-heavy lander, and I think seriously problematic. Both of the HLS solutions that NASA has come up with. I hope I'm wrong about this. I really do, but we'll see. So about the deorbit burning of the ship is already in suborbital trajectory and naturally re-entered the atmosphere anyway. Yeah, I think that that as far as a deorbit burn is concerned, it's more of an experiment to see how the engines do, how the engines perform, rather than they have to execute it in order to get it deorbited, because the vehicle is not going to be officially in orbit. It's going to be more of a suborbital trajectory anyway. So any engine activity, I think, is going to be focused on just experimenting with the engines for the sake of doing that, to see how well they can control in orbit maneuvering with the Raptors, not to deorbit. All right, guys. Let me check the latest update. Still nothing new from SpaceX. Okay, we just got a few minutes before SpaceX will be going live. However, we don't have a launch scheduled for another 49 minutes. So if you need to get some coffee, you need to grab a bite to eat, or whatever, this is not a bad time to do it. Because we do have a little time before the actual launch is going to take place. And for all we know, there could be another delay. As I say, the delays that have taken place thus far, at least as far as we know, is entirely focused around is not being caused for technical reasons, but rather boats intruding on the exclusion zone. Alpaca would have been a great design, but being realistic, what launcher would have taken it to the moon? New Glenn, SLS, or Starship? Actually, Alpaca was could be carried inside of Vulcan Centaur. Vulcan Centaur was capable of delivering Alpaca out to the moon. One of the possible plans, the idea with Alpaca was one launch, one landing. Now, of course, that wasn't exactly what was going to happen. In the future, it would have been. The idea was deliver Alpaca with a Vulcan Centaur and carry the necessary fuel to refuel Alpaca for the journey down to the moon and back in the universal stage adapter of SLS. That was one possibility. And so, and of course, Dynetics was well set up to do that because they're building the universal stage adapter for SLS. If they had been able to do that, it would have meant that SLS could travel out to the moon with Orion and the universal stage adapter. And then Dynetics launches the Alpaca with a Vulcan Centaur. And then that's it. 2 launches, one with SLS and one with Vulcan Centaur plus Alpaca, and they land on the moon that way. A much, much simpler architecture than any of the other solutions that have currently been embraced by NASA, both Blue Origin and SpaceX. Now, of course, if they didn't like the idea of putting additional propellant in the universal stage adapter, they could do it the other way around. The universal stage adapter was big enough to carry Alpaca. So you could put Alpaca inside the USA and then have Vulcan Centaur carry the fuel out. Have a Centaur fuel tanker essentially go out to lunar orbit and refuel Alpaca there, in which case it's still 2 launches for a landing, SLS, and 1 launch of Vulcan Centaur, and that's it. And Vulcan Centaur was the best solution to deliver either Alpaca or the fuel, necessary fuel, out to the moon because New Glenn doesn't have the thrust to get out there. Falcon Heavy doesn't have the fairing space to hold Alpaca. So the only rocket really capable of doing it, aside from SLS, or if you want to avoid refueling anyway, was Vulcan Centaur. So that was the plan at the time. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see any of those plans get executed. And for better or worse, I mean, like I say, as I continue to believe that Starship is unquestionably the best solution to maintain a long-term presence on the moon. It can carry the most payload, the most people, and it's reusable. Unquestionably the best for the long run. But for these initial landings on the moon, I'm not so sure. I really don't know if you're landing in a place without a landing pad, on unstable regolith, if Starship is going to be able to do the job. And there are other problems too, not just that. So, but, for better or worse, that's the decision that's been made. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and that's a good idea, Mallory. Can we create a poll real quick, guys? Can we do a poll as to, is Starship gonna complete its mission this time? That'd be cool to see. Producer, are you there? We may not have a producer there to do it for us right now. Producer's dealing with some emergencies with his kid at the moment. Yeah. So we can't do that poll right now. But hey, just go ahead and put your opinion up there. That's fine. Is it going to make it or isn't it? I think it will. But that's, of course, me speaking optimistically, because it has to make it this time. It's very important that it makes it this time. So fingers crossed. Once again, folks, we are getting a live shot out from the rooftop of the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island. Reentry RUD is one of the votes. Okay. Hey, Aaron, producer, can you put a poll up real quick? Will Starship make it or not this time? You think you can do that? Can you create a poll? Will Starship make it to orbit or not? Yep, we're gonna put a poll up for you folks so you can make your opinions heard. The arbitrary YouTube spam filter. I agree, Matthias. I run afoul of that myself a lot. It's irritating. 442 people watching. Folks, I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. Getting very excited. SpaceX's feed is about to go live here shortly. They've had a number of delays because of boats encroaching on the exclusion zone. It is not, there have been no weather or technical issues, as far as we know, that have created these problems up to this point. The Starship team is good for prop load. However, keeping an eye on winds, that's not a good sign. Targeting now 8:25 Central Time for liftoff. We have almost an hour to go once again before liftoff is scheduled. Folks, I'll tell you something at this point, now that they've mentioned winds, in my opinion, a lot of these delays have occurred, and that these delays have had nothing to do with boats. They have to do with weather. I mean, the boats may have been a problem, but I'm pretty sure weather, the high altitude winds are contributing to part of this problem as well. Hello back to you, Thailand. Don't get a lot of folks in Southeast Asia watching. Really appreciate you checking in today. So, yeah, we could have a scrub for all we know. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed. All right, guys, let's see here. Once again, as you can see, we still have heavy fog out at the visible from South Padre Island. So it's not the greatest visibility, obviously, yet. But given the fact that the launch keeps getting delayed, it's very possible that a lot of this fog is going to burn off. We're continuing to, yes, the poll, you're right, should say suborbit or whatever. You're right. But nevertheless, we all know what it means. We all know what we mean by this. Because Starship has already technically made it to space. So now, what's the next distinction? Well, suborbital, trajectory, whatever. But regardless, we all know what we mean. Repeat. What did you say? Sorry, we've got people in Discord. Launch window just moved again. So we still have approximately an hour before the entering a dangerous exclusion zone is a potential Darwin Award. I agree. Survival of the fittest or survival of the stupidest. They're definitely competing to win a survival of the stupidest award. Wow. Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, I love rocket launches in a huge way, and yet I can't imagine taking my boat into the exclusion zone. That's about as crazy as it gets. All right. Yeah, so we do have prop load going. We got that announcement from SpaceX about 6 minutes ago. However, the winds still could be an issue. According to SpaceX, we could have a problem there. We are targeting, SpaceX is targeting an 8:25 a.m. Central Time liftoff, 9:25 Eastern Time, 1:25 p.m. UK time. 440 people watching. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay. It appears that we have a cutoff. SpaceX is really starting to push the envelope on the launch window cutoff. The launch window cutoff is at 8:55 a.m. Central Time. So we only have a 30-minute window currently to successfully get this rocket off the ground. So it's becoming more and more problematic currently. It is possible that this rocket is not going to get off the ground today. We will do our best to keep you guys up to date on everything that happens minute by minute. I'm going to have to swap out my earbud. Got a battery running out on one of them. All right, folks. All right. How long the launch window is open for? Andrew, to answer your question, Andrew, the launch window is open until 8:55 a.m. Central Time, 9:55 Eastern. So given the time that they have scheduled the launch has been scheduled for 8:25 a.m. now Central Time. There is only a half hour worth of leeway, which is not ideal. If there are any more complications, then they're definitely going to have to scrub this thing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. Really, really appreciate everybody tuning in. We got well over 440 people watching right now. You guys are fantastic. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon or with a super chat. And all of that goes to my efforts to go to IFT4 whenever that occurs. And hopefully that will be happening very soon because, of course, I missed this one and I don't want to miss the next. All right. So once again, to reiterate what we can expect, because I'm not going to be going, assuming this rocket does lift off today, I'm not going to be going anywhere. We will have approximately between 60 and 90 minutes that Starship will be in space, during which time maneuvers will be tested utilizing the vacuum Raptors in space, the first time that the Raptors have been used in space. And in addition to that, there will be a propellant transfer experiment carried out in microgravity. That is also going to be very, very challenging. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull that off. As I've mentioned a number of times in the past, fluids behave very strangely in microgravity. Bubbles form throughout the fluid. They don't rise because there's no gravity. Therefore, there's no reason for these bubbles to rise. Instead, they kind of stay evenly distributed throughout the fluid. And bubbles can clog a fuel line. So that makes transferring liquids in orbit a very difficult thing to do indeed. Peter, thank you for the $10 Australian. Really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. So, they need to get this process down as rapidly as possible, especially since NASA has this crazy idea of landing human beings on the moon sometime in September of 2026, which I continue to maintain is impossible. But, what do we got there? Oh, can we see we can see it now. We have a new camera feed. All right. Go ahead. All right. All right. Our producer is heading out, just so you know. We now can see, I believe. Yes, we now can see the tower, guys. And once again, this video feed is being provided by our fantastic volunteer cameramen. There's the viewers out there who have been nice enough to support this live from the rooftop of the Holiday Inn. Really, really nice of them to do that since I wasn't able to make it. So now we do apparently have a view of the launch tower, and that's as you can see, the crowds are assembled on the roof of this hotel. So yeah, very exciting indeed. I wish I could teleport my my new gimbal, my new cell phone gimbal, out to my volunteer there, so he could get some stable filming at the moment, because that's something I've struggled with over and over again during my career. I finally got a gimbal, but unfortunately that gimbal is here in the United Kingdom and is not out there. But hey, we are super grateful for the support that we're getting from these awesome volunteer viewers who are bringing us a view of what's happening in Boca, and we now can see the launch tower, and I'll tell you, that's awesome. Really glad that that's happening. And is there enough time for tanking? Yes, indeed, Andrew, there is. They're tanking right now, just so you know. They started tanking about 10 minutes ago. At least it might have been even longer than 10 minutes ago. Yep, prop load has been underway for a while. Yeah. Okay, so SpaceX will have a live broadcast going here in approximately 13 minutes. In the meantime, we will continue to bring you the best views we possibly can from South Padre Island. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. It's not going. No, to answer that, another question that just came into the feed, it's not going fully into orbit. This is suborbital trajectory. Yes. Once there's something happening, Saxavord will have a launch very soon, in the next few months. I'll be out at Saxavord to see the maiden launch of RFA-1, the first rocket from Rocket Factory Augsburg. I'll be doing that soon. Cornwall will probably have nothing going on until 2025. All right, everybody. We are still waiting for SpaceX to come online. Our producer, unfortunately, but has had to run his kid to school and back. So we are doing our utmost to bring you everything we possibly can as completely as we can, given the difficult circumstances that we have to work under. But we have a view from South Padre Island, from the roof of the Holiday Inn, and we are super happy to be bringing that to you right now as we creep closer and closer to liftoff. Yes, correct, Oki. They're not going to be able to do much, if any additional push outs. Okay, the prop load of the Super Heavy booster is underway. The launch is still scheduled for 8:25 a.m. Central Time, 9:25 Eastern, 1:25 p.m. here in the United Kingdom. And for what it's worth, 2:25 in most of the rest of Western Europe. So yeah, Jeremy, I hope I just answered your question. Yeah, the whole thing that happened with Spaceport Cornwall was disappointing, but they've got new relationships, which are definitely happening right now with some companies that are doing some exciting work. So I have a very, very, very positive expectations for what's going to be happening in Cornwall. And then, of course, Saxavord is now a licensed spaceport with several different launch providers flying out of there. Sorry, if you were wondering what I was looking up at, there's a skylight. There's actually quite a few skylights in this flat that I occupy here in Akeley. And sometimes birds fly overhead. Draws my attention. Coming really soon. Yes, the SpaceX stream is going to be starting really quick. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring that to you here. We are producerless at the moment. He had to go and take care of something with his son. Had to run his son to school and back. His anticipation was that he would be able to make it in time, but still, we're going to continue bringing you a camera view from Boca either way, and we'll definitely have SpaceX's feed online here very soon as well. So all kinds of stuff. Once commercial trips to the lunar surface become established and tourism becomes normalized, will there be parking meteors? No question, there will be. They're going to make as much money off of car parks or spaceship parks or whatever you want to call it as possible. And by the way, here in Britain, finding a free place to park is almost impossible. I'll tell you. That is just beyond frustrating. I do not expect Starship or SLS to meet the 2026 Artemis deadline. I totally agree with you, Samurai. You're right. They're not going to make that deadline. I would say that SLS, from a technical standpoint, is more prepared. I think they're more ready, because obviously SLS is capable of delivering payload to the moon now. But still, to get human beings out there, yeah, it's probably going to be a while. And that doesn't make us very happy, but unfortunately, that seems to be the nature of the way things work at space, or rather in space flight in general right now. The crowds continue to gather in Boca Chica. We are waiting for SpaceX to go live here in the next few minutes. Launch is still theoretically scheduled for exactly 40 minutes from now. 40 minutes from now. That's a crowd. we got a crowd up on the roof of that hotel, and the crowds down below are much bigger. It's got to be an amazing thing. Still don't like chucking all those excellent reusable shuttle engines into the ocean. Samurai, could not agree with you more. I could not agree with you more. Oh, these Team Starship size matters. Apparently, a lot of people are checking out that particular item. By the way, Nick Henning did the artwork for that, and we currently have a contest going on between Team SLS and Team Starship. Whoever wins the contest, whoever buys the most merch between now and the end of April, will get a video made about their favorite rocket and some different applications, things you haven't heard about before, associated with that rocket, either SLS or Starship, depending on who wins. And interestingly enough, and this has surprised me, it is neck and neck right now between Team SLS and Team Starship. Both teams have bought an equal number of shirts, so it's a close race going on right now. So once again, what are the issues that are delaying Artemis 2? It's Orion. A number of things happened with the heat shield and with the hatch that are concerning NASA. The heat shield performance, even though it did a good enough job, was not optimal. So they're doing some redesigns on the heat shield in order to be able to protect the crew. In addition, there was a problem with the hatch. And of course, the hatch is incredibly important. If there's a splashdown and there's a problem with the capsule and they need to get out of there, you can't have any issues with the hatch. So there's a number of small issues with Orion that are being rectified right now before they're going to be ready to fly. And that is what we're told has created part of the problem. Orion is not Boeing. No, Samurai. Orion has been built by Lockheed Martin. And actually, I'm a fan of Orion. I think Lockheed Martin has done a good job on the spacecraft. It's a reusable spacecraft. There's a lot of good things about it. So I really think that it's a good choice. But yeah, they're just, NASA exercises extreme caution when it comes to the safety of their astronauts these days. They took too many chances with astronaut safety in the past, and that led to 14 astronauts being killed on 2 shuttle disasters. So now they're being super, super careful about future missions, and they're making sure that Orion is going to be ready to go. But they seem very confident that the outstanding issues with the Orion will be rectified by September of 2025. SpaceX is going live in just a couple of minutes. Now, again, I don't know if we're going to be bringing you that just yet, because our producer is getting his son to school and then heading back. He's going to be, we're only talking a few minutes for him to do that, but nevertheless, it is possible that he may not be back in time. Yes, good point, Carl. Apollo 1 killed 3 more astronauts. NASA has had a lot of casualties amongst its astronaut corps over the years, and I think they're trying to bring that to a stop. They're trying to do something about that. So I don't believe she is, no, but maybe I'm not sure. If she is, I'm sure she will, but I kind of doubt it. Everything seems to be going as planned right now with the prop loading for Starship. I think we're going to have a launch today, guys. It's a narrow window, but I think we're going to make it. So very excited, folks. And this is a very important one. And unlike the other launches that we've done in the past, it is very likely that we're not going to see it that clearly either. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. We may be able to see the rocket fly. But given the visibility issues, it's very possible that we are not going to see it. SLS reliability over Starship anytime, says BT Rocketry. Well, if you want to make your opinion known, if you want if you want Team SLS to end up winning, it's all tagged in the video right now. The Team Starship and Team SLS are tagged in this video if you want to contribute to that. Right now, as I said before, this competition is running neck and neck between the two rockets, which I didn't expect. I really thought Starship would just get off to an immediate lead, but not yet. It's interesting. All right, let's see here. Still checking the status. Let's see if SpaceX has any more updates for us. Yes. SpaceX is going live right now. SpaceX is going live now. Okay, bear with me for a second. I'm going to go ahead and check with my producer. Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Producer has just arrived back home, and he is bringing the SpaceX feed up for us as I'm talking to you. So don't worry, guys. We got SpaceX coverage coming to you here in just 1 second. So hang in there. I think and we're going to have a launch here very, very soon. I'll tell you, I wasn't sure about this. I really thought that we were going to get and just so you know, that's our camera, still our volunteer camera on the roof of the Holiday Inn. And the SpaceX feed should be up. Yep, we got the SpaceX feed. Can you, producer, are you able to pipe in the SpaceX audio to me as well? All right, guys, so we now have SpaceX live, and we'll listen to what they have to say. Do we have the SpaceX audio on? Are the viewers seeing it? And if so, can we listen to it? Yeah. Right now we're gonna get you some SpaceX audio. In the meantime, we can definitely see that the visibility is clearing out at Starbase. So we should get a pretty good shot of this launch. So just to familiarize you guys, on the top left of your screen, we have Starship. On the bottom left, we have the view from the rooftop of the Holiday Inn. So those are the two perspectives that we are giving you right now, live from Boca Chica. All right, we're still waiting. We're we're about to pipe in SpaceX's audio. Like I say, we had a little bit of chaos for the producer this morning because of situations that arose family-wise this morning, and we totally respect that because that is something that makes a big difference to all of us. Obviously, family is an important thing to me. So once again, we have SpaceX on the top left. We have our volunteer on the roof of Holiday Inn, South Padre Island at the bottom left. So yeah, we have a lot of different perspectives of what's going on in front of you folks
and
right
initiated
now.
the boost back burn.
And
However,
I hope you
about
guys are enjoying it.
seconds into that burn, it experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly or RUD.
So obviously we're looking at the previous failed launches. I'll tell you, when that booster exploded high up in the atmosphere, that was such an amazing thing to see in person. That just blew my mind. Really, really stunning. Quite an experience.
Vehicle breakup occurred more than 3.5 minutes into the flight, about 90 kilometers over the Gulf of Mexico, so well away from people.
Now on Starship, the
all right, we got SpaceX audio coming into you folks now. So let's see what they have to say.
Going normally in the ship's climb to space until about 7 minutes into the flight, when we began a planned vent of excess liquid oxygen propellant. To simulate the mass of a payload and get future-focused data, the ship was loaded. And that caused the 6 Raptor engines to shut down before we had finished the full burn. That was detected as a mission rule violation.
Rockin', no, I did not. I heard nothing
and led to
when it blew up.
Breakup.
Weird, huh? But, I mean, believe me, the sound of the launch itself shook my teeth out. It was painful. But yeah. The exploding booster,
like the booster,
had nothing.
We made upgrades to Starship's upper stage based on Flight 2 learnings.
You forget spaceships are just huge bombs. Yeah, indeed they are. And by the way, it seems we have a very large percentage of people who feel, a big majority feel that Starship is going to make it this time. Once again, yeah, technically it's not going to orbit, but for all practical purposes, this is similar to an orbital flight test. So, it's just they're trying to do a number of different things with this mission that couldn't be done if they were executing a complete orbit of the planet. So it's a suborbital flight, but nevertheless. Most people think that it's going to make it. So we're getting close, guys. This launch is now, just to be clear, now scheduled to take place.
Like lighting a Raptor in space while maximizing public safety. So let's take a closer look at the flight test profile. Now, about
26 minutes.
Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines.
Producer, can we get SpaceX's audio here too?
Super Heavy's booster will separate from the ship in SpaceX's second ever attempt at a hot stage separation.
Thank you.
That means it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster.
Thank you.
The ship's engines will then
crank it up so I can hear it.
6 minutes during the ascent before entering a coast phase.
Next, the booster will perform a flip maneuver and execute a boost back burn, which, if you recall, is where Flight 2 Super Heavy experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly. We're hoping hardware upgrades made for this flight will get the booster closer to executing a landing burn in the Gulf of Mexico. In the meantime, Starship will coast for about 30 minutes at altitudes between 150 and 235 kilometers, and the ship will attempt to fire a single Raptor engine for our first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space. And from there, the ship will head toward its destination, splashdown location in the Indian Ocean. Again, if we get past a successful stage separation and a full ascent burn with the upper stage, it will be at an added altitude and trajectory below orbital, meaning Starship won't have to fire its Raptor engines for a deorbit burn, and it will naturally come back into the atmosphere no matter what.
Now, meanwhile, the Super Heavy is going to attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf. And while we are going to practice a landing, we aren't planning to recover any of the hardware from Super Heavy or the ship on this flight. Now, with the exception of Falcon, this is no different from what happens with most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after they complete.
Okay, Thomas, since they're telling us stuff that we all kind of know, the implications for Artemis are very bad if this flight is not successful today. This schedule, the timetable of September 2026, very difficult as it is right now, it will be impossible if Starship does not carry out a successful flight today.
With regard to the ship's temperatures during reentry and how the heat shield will perform. The data that we gather today, of course, will help us continue to build a rapidly reusable Starship for the future. Now, much like our first 2 flight tests today,
Andrew, to answer your question, yes. It will blow your mind to see a launch like this in person. Nothing like anything you've ever experienced.
The primary goal for Flight 1 was to clear the pad, and we did that and got a lot of great data that helped us improve the vehicle and the pad infrastructure that you see today. The primary goal of Flight 2 was to get all the way to stage separation, which we did, and even got a little extra. For Flight 3, we've added some ambitious tests highlighted by an attempt to transfer several tons of propellant between the tanks inside Starship itself, as well as the first ever relight of a Raptor engine in space and the opening and closing of Starship's payload door. When Starship takes astronauts to the lunar surface as part of NASA's Artemis program, it will be refilled in space by a Starship tanker spacecraft before
Thank you, Ray.
itself
That's
into
a
lunar orbit,
huge compliment.
like you see
Thank
here.
you.
Transferring a large amount of cryogenic liquid in space has never been done by anyone, ever. So we'll be looking to get data on some of the fundamental physics in play here, like managing pressures, temperatures, propellant settling, all as we prepare for eventual ship-to-ship transfers. The ability to refill Starships once in orbit will be critical for landing on the moon and is a key technology for enabling deep space exploration and ultimately flights to Mars.
Now, we're also attempting the first
Warren, they can fill the tanks very quickly, and this is always SpaceX's process. Their procedure is to fill the tanks right before takeoff. They've always done it this way.
Starship to re-enter on today's test. We are intentionally flying this
Generally in their opinion, fewer things go wrong if you fuel up the rocket and then lift off immediately. There are fewer problems that can arise with the temperature of the fuel, that sort of thing.
As it flies through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, or more than 5 times the speed of sound.
Okay, just so you know, guys, we've lost the feed from one of our cameras on the rooftop. We're going to try to get that back. In the meantime, you can continue watching SpaceX coverage.
Controllable regime as we go towards splashdown. Now, we did validate Starship's ability to fly and land at subsonic speeds during our suborbital flights several years ago, and gathering data on the aspects like heating and vehicle control while we're traveling way faster will become critical to eventually bringing Starships back from space for rapid reuse.
We'll also attempt to open and close Starship's payload door for the very first time, a capability that we'll need when Starship starts flying our next generation Starlink satellites. And there you can see an animation of what that will look like as the satellites are deployed one by one through a slot near the top of the spacecraft. So at this point in time, we are approaching T-minus 21 minutes until liftoff. Let's check in with Dan for a countdown update.
Hey, thanks, Kate. Hey, everybody. I'm Dan Hewitt. Good morning. Welcome to Starbase. I'm coming to you from the Raptor's Nest, where I'm here with some of our flight controllers, also our Pad Red team. We're just behind the Mega Bay. Those are our super heavy boosters right behind me, getting ready for the next 4 flights after this one. So we're looking to launch a lot this year. Countdown has been pretty clean so far. We're not tracking any issues that are gating us on the hardware side and the vehicle side. From that on-time liftoff at 8:25 a.m. Central Time. That's our T0 right now. We primarily shifted later as we were just working to clear the range. The other big watch item today is going to be the winds. The winds have started to pick up. We're still looking to be below our limits, but there could be a hold at T-minus 40 seconds just to make sure that the winds are acceptable before we go. We are actively loading propellant on board the vehicle. You can see by the frost lines starting to build up. Looks like we're about 80% on the ship main tanks right now and a little over 60% on the booster. Now, Starship, uses liquid methane as its fuel, liquid oxygen as its oxidizer. Both of those get cooled down to cryogenic temperatures, so several hundred degrees below zero. And if you followed along with our previous 2 flight tests, the prop load timeline today looks a little bit different. Those first flight tests, it took us about 90 minutes to load all of the prop on board. But since the second flight, we made some pretty significant upgrades to make that time shorter. We added some additional fuel and LOX pumps just to increase our capacity. We expanded the number of heat exchangers and installed a dedicated fill drain line for each stage. But they were sharing one before, now they each have their own. That's just that main pathway to get the propellant to the vehicle. We're aiming for about 51 minutes for today's operation to fully load prop. We did that successfully on our wet dress rehearsal that we did recently. Eventually, though, we're trying to get that time down to about 40 minutes. Just for some context, that's about 5 minutes longer than we take on Falcon
Tubular,
9.
to answer your question here, I doubt that they're going to chuck a satellite out the payload door, maybe, but I doubt it because the FAA would need to approve something like that, because anything they toss out of Starship at this point is going to almost immediately burn up. It won't be in a trajectory that will be viable for an orbit. Instead, it'll just burn up in the atmosphere, and that could be problematic. So I doubt they're going to be shooting anything out the payload door. Instead, they're just going to test it to see whether or not it's going to work for future Starlink deployments.
Flight 2, we reduced that time by almost 2 seconds. That just helps reduce the stress on the ground systems, improve the efficiency of the rocket. But right now, we're just about to pass 18 minutes away from launch. Winds, again, they're still looking a little bit marginal, so we'll keep an eye on those. We're not working any other technical issues, and the range is expected to be green. If we can't make our test today, we have backup launch opportunities in the coming days. Could be 24 to 48 hours, all just depends on how far we get into the count. So check back in with everybody in just a little bit. For now, though, I'm going to send it back to Kate and Shiva out at Hawthorne.
Thanks, Dan. The countdown is continuing to progress, so let's take a closer look at the world's most powerful launch vehicle, which has 33 Raptor engines. Starship is capable of about twice the thrust of the Saturn V rocket, and with future engine upgrades, it will actually be three times more powerful.
That's a good question, Dark King. I actually don't know if they put anything on board in order to because I mean they really should have some kind of mass in order to avoid that venting situation, or they may have simply made a modification of the venting system. Yes, they do have a mass simulator. Okay, just got a clarification on that. Yes, they do.
Is critical.
Jeff Bezos can go off and recover the rocket.
In terms of size, the Super Heavy booster alone stands about 71 meters or 233 feet tall and is about the same height as a fully integrated Falcon 9. The ship stands about 50 meters or 160 feet tall. Stacked together, the booster and the ship are by far taller than the Statue of Liberty, which stands at 305 feet tall with its base. Stacked together, Starship is 396
we're checking on the current status.
Now, Starship's first stage has a diameter that's about 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and we've got those 33 much larger Raptor engines, this great view of the launch mount looking up at those engines, and we need them to power through the Earth's atmosphere and gravity to deliver those massive cargo and payloads up to space.
All right, guys, we're approximately 16 minutes away from launch.
The rocket, Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, and that's as opposed to taking off and landing on a runway as aircraft do. And that's important because there are no runways on the Moon and Mars where we're going. The ship, which we're looking at now, features 6 Raptor engines. 3 of them are sea-level engines, 3 of them are vacuum engines. That means that those vacuum engines are optimized with a larger engine nozzle to operate in the vacuum of space and get us higher performance.
The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing. The body of Starship is also wrapped in a heat shield made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles. Those are designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. One of our test objectives today is to verify how Starship systems and thermal protection system tiles perform during reentry. And in between
Ray, the
first
countdown
and second
actually
stages is
on
our
the
hot stage, which is
SpaceX
critical
feed
for
is
our
the
newest
accurate
separation
countdown.
technique,
Producer,
which
can
saw
we
in
eliminate the
action during
zero
Flight Test
countdown?
2.
I don't know if we can eliminate
Yeah,
that
that
from the
was a
screen or
pretty
not.
exciting first.
If you want to
for
see
our
the
team.
countdown, it's at the
Staging
top
had never been
left
done
of your
before as
screen.
part of a reusable space transportation system, let alone on a vehicle with a size.
TS, I
of
agree with you.
Starship.
I'm not sold on hot
At
staging
about
either.
Liftoff plus 2.5 minutes, the booster shut down
think
most
it complicates
of
it.
its 33 engines, leaving just 3 of them running. And then the
And it also
ship
potentially
simultaneously
damages the
ignited
booster.
all 6 of its engines. Some clamps separated, and the ship thrusted away. That was the first in-flight test of the heat shield, and we were able to gather a ton of valuable data about hot staging.
We maximize the vehicle's performance by leaving 3 first stage engines on, so gravity can't rob us of precious velocity or light the ship's engines. It also reduces risk at stage separation because it creates a passive staging system so that physics will be doing the work instead of mechanical parts pushing the 2 stages away from each other. Ultimately, hot staging could increase Starship's payload to orbit capacity by 10%, which directly translates to more payload and more people to the moon and Mars.
Now, the first stop will be the moon, and the SpaceX team has
Oh,
been
can we
hard at
eliminate the
work
countdown
creating all
clock?
the systems necessary to make that possible. Critical systems for
Yes.
propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that you see here, which will take crew and cargo from the Starship hatches down to the lunar surface.
Yeah, so if you want an accurate countdown, guys, it's at the top left of your screen. That's the SpaceX countdown. The one that we had was unofficial, and they kept changing the liftoff time.
That are
So
used to demonstrate the range of mobility that astronauts will be expected to have. And we were using these to do human factors demonstrations and figure out the layout of the elevator. So all awesome development work for a future moon mission.
Super cool. Now, SpaceX will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition.
I think we might have gotten some real quick looks at SpaceX's new spacesuit, the one that's rated for
There's so much
spacewalks.
to look forward to. It's incredible that
Got a
humans are
quick look at
finally going back
those.
to the moon.
Very interesting
You couldn't have
looking.
said it better, Kate. And the moon is just...
They definitely have. They almost have a steampunk appearance to them.
To make the leap to Mars, everything ramps up by
That's
orders of
intriguing.
magnitude. The logistics of supporting an entire city on Mars are daunting and will require millions of pounds of cargo flown from Earth and spread out over thousands of launches.
And today's flight test is one more step toward that ultimate goal. We're currently at T minus 11 minutes, 47 seconds. Let's check in with Dan once again for a countdown update.
Hey, Kate. Still good news from down here at Starbase. We're not tracking any technical issues that are going to block us.
Everything
from
seems
launch
to
for
be going
2-0.
fine,
Still
guys.
holding
Launchpad
to
cleared.
8:25
Everything
AM
appears to
Central,
be
so just
prepared
about
for
11
a
and a half minutes
liftoff.
from now.
We are now
The real thing we're
approximately
keeping an eye on is
12
the
minutes
winds once we
away
get there.
from
We do have
takeoff.
that potential hold at T minus 40 seconds where we can hang out.
Right.
And
At T minus 40 seconds, obviously, we're going to have a hold.
limits, everything like that.
Probably.
So don't be surprised if we do a hold at T minus 40.
So
We've
we're
done
probably
that
going to be able to see this launch
where we
happen
are not
at your
tracking
bottom
any
right as
technical
well.
issues.
This
The
is
range
our
gonna be great
volunteer
for launch, so
camera
we're not gonna be
operator
confused.
on the rooftop
We're
of the
still waiting for
Holiday
Dalton
Inn in
on the
South
vehicle
Padre
on the
Island.
ship.
So I think
Just
we're
about
going to
done
get
loading the header tanks,
we're going to
the
get
smaller
two
tanks at the top,
simultaneous
and then
views
we'll go back to the
of
main
this
tanks are about
launch.
85% full, and then booster, both fuel and LOX over 80%. So looking good there. The launch pad itself is getting ready for liftoff. We commanded the booster hold downs open already about 20 minutes ago or so. And then that just means that once that rocket has sufficient thrust to overcome its weight, your thrust to weight ratio goes over 1, it's going to lift off. We don't have a command to actually release the hold downs once it starts up.
About
Just
10
also
minutes,
a reminder,
guys.
actual liftoff happens
Getting
a few
exciting.
seconds after you see those
Getting
engines
exciting.
ignite. So you'll see fire, and then a few seconds before Starship really starts to take to the skies. Our range team just going to keep on
Oh,
making
look
sure
at how the
and
weather
see
is
air
cleared
all
up so
clear as we
beautifully.
really count down. But that's
Guys,
gonna
don't
lead us.
forget to like
We're
and
just
subscribe.
about 10
Also,
minutes
thank you
before
so
launch.
much
Everything
to the
looking
folks
good
on the
for Starship's
right-hand
first
side of the
test flight.
screen. You can see the ones who have super
So I'll see
chats
you
and
guys tomorrow, Phil.
contributions to this channel. Thank
Great,
you
thanks, Dan.
so much,
Now,
because
if you've
that's
been
what's going to
following
help me
SpaceX
get
over
out
the
to
years, you've no doubt heard
IFT4.
us talk about our goal of full and rapid reusability. Nearly all of the Falcon boosters flown last year and this year have been reused, or as we like to say, flight proven.
We've landed Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters 283 times since first doing so in 2015. And with Starship, our mission is to take reusability even further by reflying both stages with little downtime between flights. And we plan to fly as often as possible. As we mentioned earlier, rapid and complete reusability is critical to enabling routine spaceflight. The team at Starbase has been hard at work developing and manufacturing the hardware that.
Yeah, it's a good point, TS. And I tend to think that the concrete should be fine. I think that the deluge system has proven to be very effective at protecting the launch pad. The OLM, however, has suffered damage on both launches, obviously far less on the second than on the first. So hopefully the OLM holds up a little bit better this time. All right, we're putting SpaceX's audio back on. We had a momentary interruption there.
Taught the main character,
there,
Daniel,
folks.
that if he could that if he could
are
catch a fly with chopsticks, he could accomplish
7 minutes or so, maybe
Today,
8.
We do have 4 ships and 4 super heavy boosters built, with more coming off the production line. As our
Can't
Star
see the
Factory
countdown that
continues to
clearly
grow,
because
these
of
vehicles are slated for future flight
the
tests
color
just
of the
like
sky,
today's. And in fact,
unfortunately.
just this week, we static fired our next ship that's planning to fly and expect to test the booster.
We're real
SpaceX
close, though.
Is free from today's flight test.
And
Now,
such
as a
wonderful
reminder,
news that
today
things
is
have
still
cleared up
just
as
a
well as
test.
they
While
have
we really hope to get our splashdown location
at
in
Boca
the Indian
Chica,
Ocean,
so that
but
people
any
at
data
South
received
Padre
will
can
help us
get a good
improve.
view
It's the
of
third
the
of
spectacle
many
that
future
is
flight tests
about
for
to
Starship
occur.
before it becomes fully operational.
And that's the goal of flight tests. They teach us about the limits of our design and improve our understanding of the vehicle, and ultimately help us make Starship more reliable and rapidly reusable. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise excitement. And things look like they are moving fast at Starbase. And that's exactly how we like it.
Yeah,
Rapid
exactly.
iteration is a key of SpaceX.
Yeah, we've done it with all of our major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. We believe that if you're not failing, you're not learning and improving the design.
Yeah, many of the innovations that we've developed have come from our failures, and they teach us how to avoid the perils of spaceflight. It's a tough business. But
Michael, thank you so much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it.
Better to do some of the great accomplishments with reflight that
We
we've had
are
so far.
7 minutes,
Exactly.
probably
One of the
less at
examples
this
that we love
point.
to talk about is the Dragon capsule, like the one
6.5 minutes
located
away
behind
from
Hannah and I
liftoff.
here, on the mezzanine. Originally,
A very, very important moment for SpaceX, but especially for NASA coming up right now, guys. The first couple of launches, it was fine to have an RUD on those. We need a much better performance this time around. It's certainly not, we certainly can't be critical of SpaceX for what has happened the first couple of times. I mean, this is new technology. This is a new rocket, and the way SpaceX does things, all of these components are not tested to failure or anything. So we can expect these sorts of things to happen. But given the timeline that we have for Artemis and for Lunar Starship, Starship HLS, we need a successful flight this time. So a critical moment in SpaceX's prospects for getting us to the moon, for Artemis and NASA getting us back to the moon, about to happen right now.
At about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Once all of that prop is loaded on board, we'll have about 10 million pounds of propellant on both stages of Starship. Now, after that happens, we'll go through a couple of different procedures with the ground. We'll do what's called pushbacks, clearing out the lines between our prop farm and the vehicles themselves before we get to launch. And then in the next few minutes, we'll get the final guidance system alignments, some final thrust vector control on the booster checks, and all that will be performed. And again, if we need to hold, we have a hold gate built in at T-minus 40 seconds where we can hang out. It sounds like today we'll have about 15 minutes to hold at T-minus 40 if we need to. If we hit that right now, it looks like the most likely reason would be winds. We're not tracking any technical issues to our T0 at 8:25, just about 4.5 minutes from now. So, I mean, everything's really looking good. The boosters almost at full frosty, so we'll see that close out in just
over 4 minutes to go, guys.
We're getting really close to flight, guys.
It's looking very, very optimistic at this point. We'll see what happens, but we are super close.
Cheering occasionally. Now, Dan mentioned a good point about the holds. We have an opportunity to today hold for a few minutes.
So guys, just to keep in mind, on the top right, you got SpaceX's feed. On the bottom left, you have our volunteer cameraman on the rooftop of the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island. We're going to bring you as much of all of this as we can. And I am so jealous of the people who are there, as always.
That is very different from Falcon. I'm sure people have watched our launches, and then when we get right down past prop load and then have to scrub because of weather,
very excited
issue on the
indeed.
vehicle. And we don't have the same constraints on our propellant and our system with Starship, which gives us more availability in the window. And sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the winds dip
just over 3 minutes.
Where you can launch the rocket safely. And otherwise, if you didn't have that ability to hold a few minutes, you might miss that window and then have to recycle to another day.
Yeah, exactly, which is kind of like today. Like we mentioned earlier, winds are the thing that we are watching, so good news there. So we are still continuing to progress. We're looking at liftoff in just under almost 2.5 minutes from now.
Mark, I don't know. I think so. I would say, given how thoroughly SpaceX likes to document these things, I would say there's a decent chance that we're going to see that.
Ambitious goals for today's test, but really the point of today's test is to try to get as much data as we can. So
2.5 minutes, guys.
Next iteration of the design of Starship, work those things into flight test number 4 and new objectives there that'll eventually get us to that glorious, rapid, reusable future that we so badly want.
Yeah, for flight 1, we wanted to clear the pad, and we did. For flight 2, we wanted to get through hot staging separation, and we did. So today, we want to get even further than that and collect as much data as we possibly can. So with all that being said, we're going to check back in with Dan to take us through the final 2 minutes of terminal count.
Here we go, guys. Less than 2 minutes.
Under 2 minutes away.
Moment of truth is rapidly approaching for SpaceX and for NASA Artemis.
We're starting to hear some good news that it looks like winds are not going to hold us up, so there's a good chance we blow right through that 40-second hold. So we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away. Just walking you through one last
No hold at 40 seconds, guys. Near as we can tell, this is it.
Before we hit our T0, they're going to ignite it.
Godspeed, Starship.
Retract. The engines will start to throttle up, and then we'll see liftoff about 1.5 seconds after T0. So we're under 1 minute away. Don't be shocked if we hold at 40 seconds before, but it sounds like the winds are cooperating today, and we'll be able to move right past that, not tracking any other technical issues that could hold us.
Past our QD vent gate.
They're not holding at 40 seconds. No hold, guys. Here we go.
Through the QD vent gate past that 40-second hold.
Go for launch.
Come on,
Flight
baby.
Director
Come on.
Ty Huntington telling the team we are go for launch. So 20 seconds to go. Let's listen in.
It's T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Here we go. Here we go, baby. Whoa. IFT3 is underway. Utterly magnificent. Utterly magnificent. What a beautiful
30 seconds
liftoff.
into flight, we are feeling the rumble. We are seeing 33 out of 33
Everything is looking
Raptor
absolutely
engines
fantastic
ignited
thus
on the
far,
super
guys.
heavy booster.
Yes. Keep going, baby. Keep going. Let's do it this time.
Acquisition of signal, Corpus Christi.
Continuing to get good call outs. Our trajectory looking nominal. Systems looking nominal. Just amazing to see all 33 lit up once again.
It's looking beautiful. Looking
At this point,
beautiful.
we've already passed through max Q, that maximum dynamic pressure.
Max Q, no problem.
And
No
passing
problem,
supersonic,
baby.
so we're
Let's
now
go.
moving faster than the speed of sound. Getting those onboard views from the ship cameras. Now the next major milestone is going to be a hot staging maneuver. Again, we're going to
Okay, so hot staging coming up, guys. Hot staging coming up.
We're going to shut down all but the 3 center Raptor engines on Super Heavy.
What a rocket.
That'll be our MECO, our most engines cut off. And then the clamps holding the 2 stages together are going to release. Starship second stage will ignite its engines. The
Looking
RVACs
fantastic
first,
across
sea
the
levels
board.
right after that. The sea level engines will be splayed or just kind of pointed out at about a 15-degree angle. So if you look close and we get good tracking, you might be able to
Fantastic
see
work on the
center
part of
right
our
after.
awesome volunteer cameraman who tracked that rocket very
those
smoothly
6
up
engines will
into the
push Starship
sky.
off of the
Fantastic
booster.
work. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go, guys. Here comes hot staging.
Now we're going to be
Fingers
coming up
crossed.
right at around the 3-minute mark on that hot staging maneuver. Again,
Fingers
we'll see
crossed for the hot staging.
booster engines start to shut
Come
down.
on,
You'll
baby.
see all
Come
the
on.
3 lights go out in the middle, and then we'll see the engines ignite on ship, pushing it away.
Third time's a charm.
Now
Let's
we'll
do
start
it.
Carrying the ship into space. Booster will start to
There's
do
the
its
grid
flip,
fins.
into the boost back burn, setting it up for eventual
And here we go. Here we go.
in the Gulf of
Hot
Mexico.
staging.
Stage separation.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. Success. Success for the hot staging. All right, now can the booster
staging
execute the
confirmed.
successful burn back?
Boosters
Third
now
time a
making
charm
its
for the
way
booster.
back, seeing 6 engines ignited on ship.
Orbiter
Okay,
is
we've got a
heading
Starship
up,
on its way to space and a
is
booster
on its
on the way
way.
back to
Things
the
going
Gulf.
so much better than the previous 2 times. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking good.
These are just stunning. These are live views from Starship. First stage is currently performing the boost.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Good there, news informing us that the second stage or the ship, everything looking good, nominal there. First stage is currently performing the boost back burn, expecting that to last about 1 minute. That boost back burn, that boost back burn propels the booster back towards the coast, taking
Things
it
are
to
looking
a
good
landing
so
in the
far.
waters of the Gulf of Mexico.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
We're only using the super heavy boosters, 13 center engines from here on out. As whenever they relight, you'll be able to see that in the
So
left
far, so good.
bottom corner. Those are the ones that can gimbal. In other words, they move and change direction in order to change the thrust to steer the first stage. These are just incredible.
Super Heavy seems to be
views coming
doing
to
its
us.
job.
Everything is looking good for both the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen or the super heavy booster, as well as on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Starship, or we also refer to that as the ship. Now the
Boost back burn
was the
is
first
complete.
of 2 burns required to return it to Earth.
Boost back burn
The next
is
one
now
will be
complete
the
on the
landing
part
burn, where all
of...
13 center engines will initially ignite.
Everything's
and then
going
transition
great,
into
guys.
a 3-engine
This is
burn,
exactly what we
to
need
help
at this
slow it
stage in
down.
this rocket's
Just as a
development.
reminder of the Stage 1 test objectives, we're looking for controlled ascent, which we have so far.
So
Stage
far, so
separation,
good.
which, gorgeous. We cruised right through it, as well as
on a nominal trajectory.
And a magnificent view
they're
from
telling us
Starship
that
as
the
well.
path that Starship is
Magnificent
on,
view. Everything
is
is
good. Now Starship's second stage
looking
is
really
still
good.
firing its engines, and as you heard, following planned flight path. The ship objectives, we're looking for hot staging, again, cruised right through that. We're looking to demonstrate controlled ascent as well as orbital insertion. Now,
let's
the
see if we
bottom
can
right-hand
let's see if we
corner
can
of
pull
the
this
screen shows
off.
The ship engine graphics, so be sure to keep an eye on those.
Yep, Kate, like this is just a phenomenal test so far. Super Heavy is performing beautifully today. It's on its return leg of the journey. Ship
Looks like
continuing to
we
burn its 6 engines,
finally
the
have what we
circles, the
need
rapid
here,
reaction
guys.
Engines, the inner circles, the
We finally
sea
have
level
what we
engines.
need.
We're about 30 seconds away. Just under 30
Right, here we go.
seconds away from the start of the boost back burn.
Here we go.
Excuse me, the landing burn on the booster. You can see
All
the
right,
grid
landing burn being carried out by the booster. Everything's looking good, guys. Come on, come on.
through the atmosphere back towards our splashdown site. Again, we're going for a splashdown, a soft splashdown. So for landing burn, we're going to expect to see the
So
13
far, so
center
good.
engines light, rapidly bring
Booster's
down
looking
the
good so
booster
far.
velocity.
Yep, here it comes, here it comes.
Just the 3 in the center.
Come on now.
for
Booster looking fantastic. Looks like it might make... Okay, come on. Yep, grid fins are doing their job. Oh, is it going to do it?
few engines.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, what happened?
And acquisition
Not
signal.
sure what
Let's see
happened to
if
the
we can get
booster.
some
We're not sure if we
videos
got a
of
soft
that
landing or
path.
not.
This is
It's
a
still...
test objective today. It is still
Still
something that we're
descending.
attempting to
Okay,
learn.
we're still waiting on what happened to the booster.
And
We're
to
not
make it
sure
that
what
far,
happened
to
there. We
demonstrate
saw
the controlled re-entry up to that point is
we
pretty
saw
darn
we
good.
saw those
Ship
grid
continuing
fins
to look
operating
nominal with
crazily there. I
ascent
think
burn.
almost as if it was trying to
This
steady
burn
out the
lasting,
booster. Not
about 6
sure
minutes
if the
total.
booster carried out a soft landing or not.
And we're
Seems we've lost
expecting that
signal.
this burn will
Difficult
end,
to tell.
just after T+8 minutes, about a minute from now.
Yes.
So far,
So we
though,
got
I mean,
Starship
congrats to the
in
team.
orbit. The
Making
big
it
question
this
is
far
going
is
to
farther
be
than we've
how
gone
well
on flight
did the booster
2.
perform
Just
during that
wonderful views and
that
great
descent.
engine
I mean,
performance from the vehicles.
to be frank, I didn't like the look of how energetic those grid fins were.
So far, we've hit
If
controlled
it
ascent.
didn't
We're
carry
in
out
the
a
middle of
soft
that right
landing,
now.
it
We've
could
demonstrated
still
the hot
end up
staging. Kate, as
being
you said, cruise through that.
a mishap.
We
Let's hope
demonstrated
not. Let's hope that doesn't count as a mishap if it didn't come
controlled
down the way
entry
we were
of
hoping.
The booster just
Yeah.
dropped a little short of the edge of
Mike
daylight, but
Burkhart
hey,
says
that's something we
booster
can
hard
learn for the next
splash,
one.
not
Yeah.
enough
Well, that view
engines
that we
lit.
just
That
had
is very
moments ago
possible.
was a live shot of Star
Did not
Command.
all
Here
light.
we see it
That's
again.
kind of
This
what it
is,
looked like
our
to
Mission
me too.
Control Center at
Now, once
Starbase,
again, that's
where
not
vehicle operators are
cataclysmic
standing
or
by. Now, the
anything.
next
That's
milestone
not
coming up,
horrible news.
is in less than a
But
minute.
still, if
At
it
that
didn't
point,
do
ship
what it was
will-
supposed to
or, I'm
do,
sorry,
that
actually, it
still
already has.
may count as a mishap as far as the FAA is concerned. But Starship is looking great. Starship is looking fantastic on its suborbital flight. Not seeing any real problems there.
Starship, nominal orbit insertion.
Starship's 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down. We heard a call out for nominal orbital insertion, which is incredible. Look at these views, Dan.
Okay, so we do have an insertion into a suborbital flight. It has this part of the flight has gone successfully.
What a day. congratulations to the entire
So
SpaceX
everything
team.
is looking very good at approximately 4. Everything's looking nominal with the flight of Starship itself. This is a huge step forward regardless of how things go.
But on its coast
Like I say, it may
into
seem
space.
like I am
Just to
nitpicking
recap
the hell out of
where
things
we've
right
come
now,
in
but
the-
sadly,
it's only
that
been
is
9.5
exactly
minutes.
what
I
the
was there
FAA
over
is going to
9.5
be
minutes.
doing too.
We lifted off right on
If
time.
If
at,
the booster did not
8:25
come
a.m.
down
We
as
didn't have to
planned,
hold
it could
at
still
our
be a
gate at all.
mishap,
We
in
had
which case
33
it'll
out
take
of 33
longer for
Raptor
the next
engines
flight to
open
take
up,
place. Let's
and
hope
light
that's
and get
not
us through a
what
nominal
happened.
ascent. Another
But right
successful
now,
hot
to talk
stage.
about the
All 6
positives,
engines on the ship propelling us
Starship
into orbit.
is
We did see
flying just
what
fine.
looked like a nominal boost
It
back
seems to be doing exactly what it's supposed to do,
and
and
then we did
man,
make it all the
that
way to the
is
landing burn
great
this time.
news indeed.
Didn't light all the engines that we expected, and we did lose the booster. We'll have to go through the data to figure out exactly what
All
happened.
right. So yeah, the
Obviously,
official news is
so
that
be on the lookout
all
for
the engines
information
did
about
not
that.
successfully light, therefore the
Wow,
booster did
a
not
ship in
descend as
space.
planned,
We've got
which is
a
why we were
bunch
seeing the
of,
grid
as we
fins
said,
doing all
ambitious
those crazy
objectives
things.
ahead
It
of
was
us.
as they were trying to
Over the
control the
next
booster,
couple of
and the
minutes,
booster
pretty much over the next
slammed into
hour,
the
we're gonna
ocean rather than making a
we've got
soft
the ship in
landing.
space. We're now
That
gonna take
most
advantage of this
probably
and
is
try and
going
learn
to
as
count
much
as a
as possible
mishap
about
as
some of the
far as
other
the
systems,
FAA is concerned, and there's going to
including
have to
that
be another
first ever Raptor
investigation.
relight in space.
But still,
All
I
of that
mean,
still to
we
come.
can't take
The
anything
mission
away with
just
what's
started,
going
but
on
wow,
in space
what a
right now with
liftoff,
Starship.
what a hot
This
stage,
is
what an amazing
incredible
sight to see
what's
Starship
happening up in
there in
space at
outer
this
space.
moment, and the fact that
I can't believe
SpaceX
we're
is
seeing it
bringing
in
us
space.
all of
This
this
is awesome.
live
Wonderful.
is just
Now, we are going
amazing.
to be
It's
coasting
spectacular.
for the next about 30 minutes or so. We'll be back around the T plus 40-minute mark, and that'll be Starship continuing to coast, hit those ambitious test objectives, and then continue on to re-entry. We're not totally sure what video that we'll get, since that normally comes to us as we overfly ground stations, and we don't have a ton of those along our trajectory. But as we have video, we'll be sure to bring that to you.
Starlink may be able to bring us additional communication paths today that will allow us to talk to Starship through re-entry with no communications blackout period. It's a possibility, but either way, we will be live for all of today's milestones. And of course, when we do have views,
Signal, Puerto Rico.
especially like the ones that we have now, which I just cannot get over. When we have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. But no views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes.
Pez door is opening.
And there
Oh, here we go, the Pez door
is opening, so that's great.
First test.
Yeah. One of our test objectives today is to open and close that Pez door. That's where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future. So great news there that test objective.
Pez door seems to be working.
That test objective is already underway. So come back here, stick around till T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's deorbit burn
Lost signal for a moment.
followed by its re-entry.
Yeah,
and
we're just
what is sure to
switching.
be
This
an
is
exciting
not a
discussion.
bad sign, just so you know, guys. We're just transferring signal over to another ground station. Shouldn't be a problem there. I'll open the pod bay doors. I love it. I love it. We had to cut off the audio, folks, because that's copyrighted music, just so you know. What a spectacular flight, guys. It is absolutely stunning how well that went. As I say, I can't help but think about what sort of impact the booster is going to have on the overall report on the flight, and the fact that this may go into the mishap category again, but it doesn't matter as far as Starship is concerned. Starship is on its way to the Indian Ocean. Everything going well. It's already had its payload bay door function properly as anticipated. So the fact that that's happened indicates that they are in control. They are in control of the systems that are in operation on the rocket currently. So that being the case, they should be able to carry out their other experiments, including the propellant transfer experiment in microgravity, which is going to be really, really critical. So yeah, this is fantastic stuff, guys. And damn it, I am so sad that I missed this, but it is what it is. Okay, here's an internal visual. That's neat. Get a view of space from the PEZ doors. That is so cool. That is so cool. All right. So we are most probably, thank you so much, Greg. Really appreciate that. Your third super chat on a live stream ever. Honored that you decided to make it on this stream. Thank you so much for your support. Like I say, any and all support that comes in today, whether it be super chats or over Patreon, which you can find in the description, that's going to help me come out to IFT4. So yeah. Like I say, right now, I'm feeling all kinds of regret that I wasn't able to make it to IFT3, but neat stuff. I don't know if we're going to get too many details on the propellant transfer experiment. We may get that post-flight, but what we do know is that the payload door seems to be functioning just fine, which means the deployment of huge numbers of Starlinks is very possible. Man, this is amazing. So amazing. Once again, our oh, here we go. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. Yes, you got the PEZ door open. You can just see it at the bottom. Oh, man. That is such a cool shot. I love it. I love it. SpaceX, second to none when it comes to bringing us all these details. It's just beautiful. Just beautiful. Yeah. That's great stuff. Like I say, as far as NASA is concerned, the PEZ dispenser is a secondary thing. The most important thing that needs to be tested is propellant transfer in microgravity. No one, just so we know, this is a first ever thing. We have tried to transfer propellant from small spacecraft in the past, but never have we tried to transfer over a ton, which is what they're trying to do on this particular flight. So that is an important detail. If they can pull that off, that is a huge step forward towards the accomplishment of Artemis 3. Everything's still looking very good with Starship right now. And they seem to have thorough control of the vehicle as well, which means they should be able to bring it down. And, well, it's following a preset trajectory anyway, so it should come down exactly where they want it to. So, yeah, I'm feeling very optimistic. Fuel propellant test succeeds will earn SpaceX $50 million. Good point, TS. And that's part of a NASA contract, as they've been trying. A number of different companies have contracted with NASA to do propellant transfer experiments in microgravity, and whoever can pull it off gets $50 million. And yes, that's correct, kid. To answer your question, yes, that's correct, kid. It is a transfer to an internal tank. So this is not nearly as ambitious as Orbital and ship to another. That's a big step forward to get to that point. But still, this is a good first step, especially if we're talking about a full ton worth of fuel. Well, the time frame for the remaining tests, all of this needs to be carried out before a splashdown, which occurs in about 45 minutes or so from liftoff. Samurai, thank you so much for your first ever super chat on a live stream. And thanks so much. I'm honored that you sent it my way. Really appreciate that. And as you guys know, your support is what makes my in the field reporting possible. And looking forward to bringing you new stuff soon. Okay, so we got a deorbit burn getting set up right now, which this will be the first time that a Raptor engine has been relit. And at least in space, Raptor engines have been relit in the atmosphere before during the landings, although not a Raptor 3 or Raptor 2 rather. The Raptor 1s did it in those early tests of the Ascent 15, that sort of thing, but not the Raptor 2s. Babsu, thank you so much. Oh, I'm so sorry you missed the launch, but guess what? This will be recorded. And I will make a note in the description as to when the launch takes place. You can skip ahead to that if you like. IFT4 orbital? Yeah, John, I think so. Why not? I think an orbital test will be an important next step. All right, checking, see if we... All right. So now we've got, boy, this is looking so good. I'll tell you, I mean, I wish the booster had come back, smoothly, but I mean, that is a relatively minor thing compared to what we're looking at right now. We're looking at right now is just stunning. Robert, you did a hell of a job. Just so you know, DJ and Robert are our two volunteer camera guys on the roof of the hotel. Did such a great job for us with almost no notice, almost no training. Man, they worked so hard this morning. Everybody say thank you to them. Everything's still looking really good, guys. No indications that there are any problems. Mark, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that's correct, Jan. The problem is it was going too fast because not enough engines lit. I think they were still having problems getting propellant feed. And I'll tell you, I'm still not confident that that's a filtering problem. I still think that that's a hot staging issue. I guess I'm prejudiced against hot staging, but I think it might be. Well, it worked, yes. The thing of it is, if hot staging works, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the propellant in the booster, the engines are blasting into the booster at point blank range, right? And that could have had an impact on the flow of propellant because propellant flows based on the G-forces of an accelerating booster. When that acceleration goes away, when you lose that acceleration during a hot staging separation, then you might also lose the propellant feed. It'll be very interesting to see what caused why enough engines didn't light in the booster. Once again, a minor consideration. Where Starship is right now in suborbital flight and the fact that it's about to splash down in the Indian Ocean, that is what needs to be focused on. An amazing accomplishment. Okay, Mark, just to clarify, the booster did not explode. Instead, what happened is not enough engines lit on the booster in order to carry out a controlled landing, a soft landing. And so the booster kind of plummeted towards the ocean and slammed into the Gulf of Mexico. So that was a little ugly. but still way better than the last time. Well, we've got a discussion going on our Discord server. Just like I say, I must disagree with regarding regarding the performance of the booster as being a success unless it does exactly what it was supposed to do. And the only reason I have those high standards is because that's the FAA standards. If things don't do what they're supposed to do, what the expected flight plan says, then it's a mishap, and then it takes longer for another launch to happen. I'm not saying that it did poorly. It did very well. It did very well, but it didn't do perfectly is the problem. But overall, yes, this is an amazing test, an amazingly successful test. And by the way, if Vulcan Centaur had not flown yet, this would have gotten a tattoo on my butt. So, assuming that Starship actually splashes down roughly where it's supposed to in the Indian Ocean, which I think it will. But ULA came through by a hair's breadth. By just a few months. Let's have a look here. Propellant transfer has apparently been completed. We'll see how successful the test was, but we had a prompt apparently from SpaceX saying that the propellant transfer happened. And near as we can tell, it happened successfully. Once again, we're going to have to wait for post-flight to see exactly how well that test went, but still pretty good. Babsu's right. Sorry, Sue Origin, you're way behind. I couldn't agree with you more. Oh, there's another shot of the Pez door. Boy, I'll tell you, it's so amazing. The views that they bring us are amazing. Marcia, thank you so much for the €5. Really appreciate that. And what about using Falcon Heavy to bring in advance the needed fuel for future missions? The problem, of course, is Falcon Heavy can only carry so much payload. Its fairing size is very limited. That is part of a problem. It just can't carry that much fuel. Now, if we can get an extended fairing for Falcon Heavy, that could change things. That could make a very big difference. So yeah, it's possible. Is Starship spinning? Let's hope not. At least, well, end over end would be bad. All right, so we don't have an official notification of a boost back yet. All right, we got a payload door closing now, apparently, as they're preparing Pez door, whatever, as they're preparing for re-entry. All right, let's see. All right. I don't know if we have a precise ETA for the re-entry. I know it's about 45 minutes after launch. Right, so maybe about 15 minutes, but I'm not sure. A full orbit of the Earth takes approximately 90 minutes. Now, obviously, this is not going around the Earth. It's really only going about halfway around the Earth to the Indian Ocean. So, yeah, approximately 45 minutes or so. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not. We've seen some perspectives, kind of from the payload door, but not all the way out of it. Not quite the same way, but still, they have shown us a little bit of the payload door. Payload, yeah, the PEZ door may not actually be closing. Once again, that's just a guess. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the PEZ door appears to still be open. Once again, this is an up. Okay, looks like it started to close a little bit. Juan, thank you so much for becoming an angry advocate. You're going to get a notification on an invitation to join our Discord server. Okay, looks like we have some. That looks like maneuvering thrusters. Doesn't look like the actual. Or is the engine burning yet? Yeah, that looks like maneuvering thrusters trying to get us into position. And everybody keep your eyes open for UFOs. Okay, so now it's time for a engine boost back, or nearly time to relight the Raptor. We'll see if we have any success here. Yeah, magnificent views that SpaceX is giving us right now. This test is going extraordinarily well. It should be approximately 12 minutes or so to hit the ocean, somewhere in that vicinity. All right. So next stage is engine relight. We've had the propellant transfer. We don't know how successful the test was, but it's taken place. And now the door, I don't know if the PEZ door closed. It opened, but I don't know if it closed or not. And now, yeah. Okay, information. Jan, we don't have any specifics about the Super Heavy, aside from the fact that all the engines did not relight that were necessary in order to carry out a soft landing. So the booster instead slammed into the Gulf of Mexico, probably somewhere close to terminal velocity. Yeah, there's somebody probably got a good shot of that thing plunging into the ocean. Probably pretty cool. Why all the debris? There's always a lot of debris that you get when you're firing maneuvering thrusters or any engines like that. You're always there's ice crystals, there's insulation, there's all sorts of things, with a rocket separation or any kind of maneuvering that takes place out in space. You're always going to have fragments being jarred loose. And then, of course, the sun is hitting these fragments, and oftentimes they're very reflective pieces of aluminum or pieces of ice. All of these, of course, are very reflective in the sunlight, so they're really obvious to the naked eye, even though they may not be very big. Yeah. All right. So we know that the propellant transfer experiment is complete. We know the door is opened and not sure if it's closed completely yet or not, but we just don't know how successful these experiments have been. We're not going to get all the details on that until post-flight. I mean, we'll get information, as to, okay, it looked like it went well or whatever, but can't say for certain until the flight is over. Until they get some time to examine all of it. Babsu, thank you so much. Starship enters service. Yes, indeed, they have. Yeah, Samurai, you make a good point. If that booster hits the ocean at terminal velocity, it's not going to be in very good shape. All right, here we go. Boy, this has been an amazing thing. Just an amazing, amazing test flight. All the things we wanted to see in previous flights are happening. Really, aside from that one incident with the booster, everything else is going so well. Yeah. All right, so everything's still going very well. Starship is now communicating with the ground station in Pakistan. Everything's still looking pretty good. And by the way, thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. And I'd like to thank all the people who have been supporting this channel with Super Chats and Patreon, etc. You're the folks that make all of this happen. Lonely Mage, this has been a fantastic test flight. Very few things have gone wrong. The main thing is the booster. Booster, for those of you who missed it, it separated successfully. Hot staging seemed to go just fine. But again, for some reason, all of the engines did not light properly and did not relight properly. Therefore, there is no way to carry out a soft landing, and it slammed into the Atlantic. So unfortunately, that's probably going to count as a mishap. All right, SpaceX audio coming back.
Including a potential Starship entry. And we just came out of a coast phase and we're treated to a number of HD views thanks to Starlink, including the PEZ door open close test. So that was one of our test objectives today that we met. So that's awesome. It has been such a great day. It has been a phenomenal test day. Just to see booster lifting a Starship to Ascent, ship completing its ascent. Just a wonderful day. Kind of to recap the objectives a little bit, booster completed its ascent, ignited its 33 Raptor engines. We demonstrated a successful hot staging for the second time. Booster completed the boost back burn, didn't quite accomplish the landing burn, and then had a hard splashdown in the Gulf. Meanwhile, ship completely successful after the hot staging. We had a good 6-engine burn of the Raptor vacuum engines and sea level engines. And then we've commanded a number of demonstrations, including the
the Starlink satellite deploy demo, so the payload door, as well as a prop transfer demonstration. We do still need to do some data review on those, so as we get that data back, we'll be sure to update you on social for how those tests went. We are coming up on our next major milestones, which is an in-space relight of our Raptor engine for the first time, followed by re-entry and then landing in the Indian Ocean.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We should be just about 40 seconds away, 40 or 50 seconds away, if we do this relight demo. Do want to stress this is not a deorbit burn. In fact, it's actually going to function a little bit opposite of a deorbit burn. We're going to be raising our perigee with this burn, or the lowest point of our orbit. This is just to demonstrate that we can relight a Raptor engine on ship while it's gone through a coast, while it's in outer space, while it's in microgravity, all of the different complexities that come with lighting this engine again after it's already done an ascent burn, but you're now coasting through space. This is going to be really important anytime we want to do in-space maneuvers in the future, like eventual deorbit burns, any of our translunar injections that'll have Raptor engines firing back up. We may not do it. There is, all of the guidance is loaded into Starship's computer itself, so if it doesn't see the values that it needs to, we could just skip the burn. So we are waiting to find out if that's going to happen or not. If it doesn't, as we said in the beginning, we're on a pretty steep trajectory that we are coming home no matter what, regardless of doing a burn. This was done just so we can really, we're in a trajectory that's really not super susceptible to delta V changes in velocity. If we were to do a burn, we've got a pretty concise footprint in the Indian Ocean that we're going to be targeting for splashdown today. It does sound like we are skipping past the on-orbit relight demo this time. Again, we'll confirm all of this through our post-flight data review, but it did sound like we did pass through that burn. So now that's going to start setting us up for re-entry.
Mark, thank you so much for your support. Really
that's exactly
appreciate
right.
the super
So coming
chat.
up next around T plus 49 minutes is Starship re-entry. Now, this is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with spacecraft because they're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at or around orbital velocity, about 8 kilometers per second or roughly 5 miles per second.
At this point, again, to be clear, it was never necessary, therefore, to fire the Raptors in order to conduct a re-entry. The re-entry was predestined, preordained by Newton's laws of motion. Once the ship was on its proper trajectory, it was going to come down pretty much where they thought it was going to, and that's what we're heading towards right now. Only the effects of the atmosphere are going to make a difference in terms of where Starship is going to end up. Graham, thank you so much for the tenor. I really appreciate that, and thank you for the compliment about the live stream.
Or a hole in the plasma field as it flies through an atmosphere.
So here we go, guys. Re-entry coming up next. We need to see. Oh wow! Oh wow! Look at that! Look at that! Just beautiful.
The Starlink on board will let us, just like we're seeing these videos
so now for the first time, Starship's heat shield will be put to the test.
Through the wake that Starship leaves behind.
This has never happened before.
Only the second time that we're testing Starlink during re-entry. So even though we do have these great visuals,
this is gorgeous. Look at that.
To get some signal hiccups through, we're still learning about what that wake will actually look like in practice and whether we're able to get that live, continuous, high-speed data during re-entry.
Joe Blow, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity. Here we go, guys. The re-entry coming up. Once again, to be clear, never, ever has Starship's heat shield been put to the test. We've been waiting for years for this to happen. Now, at last, it's going to.
As much as possible. Re-entry is going to be a really critical phase of flight. We really want to know how the ship's going to perform, especially that heat shield as we're going through the hypersonic reentry. So if something were to go wrong during this reentry, we want as many paths as possible to collect that information.
We're at 20 kilometers up.
Just to, again, just continually feedback into the Starship program to make each flight
120
more reliable,
kilometers.
more successful.
Acquisition signal, Mauritius.
They skipped the relight, Chris. They skipped the choice was made to skip it.
To make it all the way through reentry, we'll collect valuable data on Starship flying through the Earth's atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
You can see what appears to be fragments of light of ice coming. Looks all right. Tiles are coming off. Tiles are beginning to come off of the vehicle. At least that appears to be the case. Looks like we're starting to lose that heat shield, guys. Oh my God, look at that. Oh, that's kind of ugly. And it's quite possible simply that the ship is coming in too steep. It's coming in too fast. That could have an impact. Let's see, guys. Let's see what happens. We're probably going to lose signal here, but it's just amazing what we're getting out of this signal still. Just gorgeous. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're losing. I don't like the orientation of the ship either. It's beginning to spin, whereas it should be coming in belly first for the re-entry.
Which, like we said before, we're expecting that re-entry to occur around
That's
49 minutes.
you can see the engines burning as it tries to reorient itself. But this is, near as I can tell, this is kind of an ugly approach. This is an ugly looking approach here. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
Oh man, we can see the heating on those flaps as we're starting to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. This is where the Earth's atmosphere is doing the work.
All right, here we go. It's hitting the atmosphere. It is hitting the atmosphere properly. It's hitting it on the heat shield. It's doing it. Okay. This is actually working. It's hitting the heat shield properly. Looking good, looking good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It may just be the we may just be losing the camera orientation. It may not be the ship itself. And I don't know though. I'm seeing it, the burning. It looks like it looks like it's re-entering on its side now. I think that stainless steel may be taking part of the re-entry burn. This does not. Oh, yeah, I can't believe we still have a camera view. It is burning up. It does not. I don't know. We'll see. It's hard to say for certain, but it looks like it's burning up.
Yeah. Again, this is the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
And the camera's about to go. The camera's about to go.
The heat shield tiles doing their work. We talked about it earlier. Up to 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. That those heat shield tiles.
Unreal that this camera is still functioning. Unbelievable.
This was one of the critical, or rather the key mission objectives that we were hoping to hit today. We have never, like I said before, this is the fastest and furthest Starship has ever flown.
Yep, there we go.
So this is the first time that we're getting to collect this re-entry.
We haven't lost signal yet. We still have not lost signal. It's amazing.
Working together to protect the belly of Starship.
Miraculous, just miraculous. I don't know. It's hard to say. The perspective is difficult to interpret here. I have to say this re-entry looks a bit ugly to me, but still, the fact that the camera is still alive indicates that.
The reason why the flaps are so important. We're using the body of Starship and the drag from the atmosphere.
Okay, it's still running. Unbelievable.
You want the vehicle to remain stable. You want those heat shield tiles.
Okay, we may have yep, that's it. The camera finally died. The camera finally bit the dust. I'll tell you, as amazing as that was, I don't know how well that re-entry went, but still, the fact that we even got to that point is astonishing.
But
just astonishing. So we'll see.
If you watch closely,
We
you
shall
can
see.
speed
But
decelerating, and
that's
of the atmosphere
overall
resulting in this
pretty
plasma
amazing.
field, or excuse me,
Pretty
bucket,
amazing that we even got that
is,
view. Just
potentially
beautiful.
blocking the Starlink terminals right now. So we'll bring those views back to you if we get them. But right now, for those of you that have recently joined, Starship is currently re-entering Earth's atmosphere. This is super exciting because it's the furthest and fastest that Starship has ever flown.
It's just absolutely incredible. Major test milestone, something we wanted to accomplish on Flight 2, getting to it today. So just awesome.
Yep, so we'll see. We don't know. We may get
We
telemetry
actually have some
back.
heat shields here. So these
We
are
always lose
what's doing
telemetry
all the
during
work on
re-entry.
Starship right now. There are 18,000 hexagonal heat shields like these. So this one that I have is flat, like this is what would be positioned on the flaps of Starship, whereas
I think we might have more like
different.
17,000
the one
left
I
on
have
it at
would
this
be
point.
on the curved surfaces of Starship. I'll just put it in frame here. So we've got these attached at various points around the vehicle. Like you
What,
said,
telemetry? Are we still
18,000
getting
of
telemetry?
these tiles around, and they're doing the work to make sure that the structure of the vehicle doesn't carry all that thermal load, so we can recover the vehicles eventually and get to rapid reuse.
Unbelievable.
They're
It
really
looks like it
lightweight.
may have
They
survived
sound,
re-entry.
a little different than I would have expected them to, but they are ceramic, and these are what's helping Starship survive through this period of entry. We're not sure how far we're going to make it. Again, this is the furthest that we've gotten in our test flight, but the further we fly, the more data that we can get, and that's ultimately the measure of success here, which I mean, I think today has been a huge success given where we've gone and how much further we've gone.
One of the beautiful things about Starlink on board the vehicle, we were getting that high-speed video. High-speed video is a very high data rate, and usually video comes after you get your telemetry. So hopefully we were able to get some wonderful data throughout the entry period, which is normally something we have to wait for until after splashdown when we get that data off the data recorders.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned before the flaps,
Right.
and that the
Overall,
flaps are protected by the flat heat
still
shields
though.
like I have. There are 4 of those positioned on Starship, 2 at the forward end or the top end, and 2 at the bottom or aft end. And they operate independently to aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude or positioning during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing at the intended location. So today we are intending to splash down in the Indian Ocean, and we're hoping that we can make it that far, but regardless, it is an exciting end to what has been an exciting day.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've had some tests in the past. We had suborbital campaigns where we have tested out the aerodynamic.
Well, there's a lot of stuff we're probably not going to know until the next few days in terms of exactly how well the ship performed. As I said, the re-entry looked a little ugly to me compared to the belly flop descents that we've seen in the past. At the same time, though, you can't take anything away with the fact that Starship made it all the way to this point. I mean, definitely a huge leap forward. As I say all the time during these tests, a big step forward.
About 10 minutes away from that
You
point.
know,
So
an
again,
unqualified
Starship
success?
would be
No.
traveling slower
But
than the speed of
definitely
sound
a
thanks to,
big leap forward.
the atmospheric braking system.
Lonely Mage, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. When SpaceX irons up the problems, it'll be
And so
a
right
beast
now
in the
we're
space
still waiting
industry.
to
You are
see
absolutely
if we're gonna
correct.
get
You are
data back
absolutely
from the
correct.
ship. We might be in a bit of a blackout period right now, so still waiting to hear the status on it. But yeah, we got to the actual entry portion of today. We started into peak heating, which was just a really big milestone. Starship is pretty unique in the way that it re-enters, especially for something reusable. The closest parallel has been the space shuttle. When we're comparing Starship to like when we bring a Falcon 9 booster back, we're talking about 20 times the energy given the velocity that we're moving at, and all of that energy just gets converted into heat.
We are currently waiting to see whether or not Starship will come out of blackout.
Not ablative like you would see on something like Dragon, which uses an ablative in the capsule shape. So they are these tiles that are made to be reusable. So any data we're getting on the actual temperatures it was seeing during heating, all of that is just really hugely valuable. Where Starship is really unique is, and Kate and Shiv have talked about it a couple of times, is once we're through this kind of hypersonic
Wow, this
section
stuff is
and we get down to
spectacular.
the subsonic,
I'm
that's when
rewatching this
really a
re-entry.
lot
My
of
God,
Starship's
it's
really
just beautiful.
its basic shape.
I'm trying to get an idea.
And we did that during the suborbital campaign. Again,
Okay,
compare it to the shuttle,
it.
which entered.
I'll tell you,
Had a
it
similar
even
shield
it
system,
wasn't
had
just the
lanes,
camera that was off
and
kilter
was
there, because I
almost
could
flown
see
like
the
a glider
burning
once it
taking
re-entered
place
and was
right
pulled
on the
to those
nose,
subsonic
or
speeds.
on the tail,
With
rather, the
Starship,
tail
we're not
of
doing
the
that. We're just coming
rocket.
straight down. We'll hit terminal
Yeah,
velocity,
it
which
was.
with
I mean, it
Starship
was
is around
burning
200 miles an hour,
extensively in
and then
parts
we
of the
use a
rocket that
flip
really it
maneuver
shouldn't
to
have been
ignite those
burning. Its
engines, do a landing
orientation
burn,
didn't
and then
look
touch
perfect.
down on the
You could
ground.
actually
You
see
don't
the
need to run away.
difference of
We're doing
the
that, again, designed
flames
because
that
when we
were
move, when
on
we go
the
to
heat
Mars,
shield
there's not
versus
going to be a
the
runway
stainless
there
steel
for us,
part of the
and so that
rocket that
propulsive
was
landing is going to be really important.
burning
This is
up
an
during
innovation
re-entry. And given how resilient that stainless steel
that
is,
just
it's
watching
possible that
actual
the
Starship
rocket may
video
still
was
have
pretty incredible.
survived the re-entry,
But we go
regardless
through
of
peak
whether
heating.
the heat shield
One of
protected
the
it or
benefits of
not.
today's trajectory, actually, we got
Man,
closer to
that's
what the heating
impressive.
profile would
That's
be on
just
our normal
impressive,
mission.
especially that
When you
camera.
compare
That
it
camera
to
was a
our
hero
previous flights, which
to
were
to
at
survive
very
that
heavy.
long and to
So
be able to
we go through
transmit
peak
that
heating,
long.
and then we hit
Just
subsonic, and then
mind-boggling.
Starship splashes down in the ocean. Again, we're not doing a landing burn on this flight, and we're not expecting Starship to survive the impact. We're not going to be recovering any of the hardware. For now, though, we are just still waiting to see if we're going to get some signal back. We're currently at a loss of signal with Starship. Don't know for sure what its status is, and so we're just continuing to listen in. But it was pretty incredible seeing the flaps really do their thing to maneuver the vehicle as it's moving.
Hey guys, while I'm thinking about this, I'm going to go ahead and email my contact at the FAA and ask him for a comment as to whether or not this is going to count as a mishap. Let's see if we can get a response quickly on that.
25 times the speed of sound. You can save a whole lot of weight by not having really big wings. So super valuable to get this data, super valuable to
Dan,
then figure out what we're going to do on our next test flights.
Dan, you'd brought up a really interesting point, too, that for on shuttle, you are gliding in, going back to a runway. On Starship, because we're landing vertically, we are basically coming down, and then we've seen this during the suborbital landing burn. And that's also really important for some of our other terrestrial destinations, that we don't have as much of an atmosphere on Mars. There is pretty much no atmosphere. There's some great views from our previous test campaigns of a landing burn.
And there we go. Question has just been sent to the FAA, asking them whether or not this is going to require a mishap investigation.
Some other sophisticated techniques that other landers have used to land there. And so this vertical landing technique is really important to land.
But yeah, I mean, all told, guys, an amazing, huge step forward was taken today. Big step forward.
Future missions, that wasn't one of our objectives for today. We wanted the ship to focus on opening and closing, the first demonstration of opening and closing the PEZ door, which is where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future.
So once again, we don't know the status of Starship. It probably should have come out of communications blackout by now, and leading me to believe that
so
it's...
far, all of that has gone really well.
All right, it is possible that it may still emerge from communications blackout here in the very near future. We'll see. It could surprise us.
High altitude tests allow us to see what those will look like in the
So,
future. But
current situation, booster did fairly well, but still engines, all the engines didn't light, and the booster hit the Atlantic pretty violently. It wasn't a soft landing. But Starship made it to suborbital flight, carried out a successful test of propellant transfer, opened up the PEZ dispenser payload door, and as we can tell, closed it as well. did not carry out a burn of the Raptor engine, a relight of the Raptor engines as we were hoping they would do. So that's a bit unfortunate, but anyway, that didn't happen. And now a re-entry occurred. We're just not sure if Starship re-entered in the proper orientation to survive the inferno of re-entry.
For sure. And obviously, for those of you that have been watching along with us, those were incredible views to see of that entry period where we saw the heat. It
appears that Starship has not survived the re-entry.
Starship was, making contact
The
with
time for
and that resulted in some plasma.
communications blackout has come and gone. So it seems we'll see. We still can't be 100% certain. It could be that Starship will bounce back.
To be approaching subsonic or slower than the speed of sound speeds in 3.5 minutes from now. So if it's still up there in one piece, it still has a way to go. We're not there just yet. But we saw that plasma field building up around the exterior, which can blanket the entire vehicle as it does with all of our Dragon missions, and we're at a loss for telemetry at that point in time. So
Dan's seen a lot of those with Dragon missions that he's supported.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we are hearing through some of the telemetry that it did look like we lost Starlink and our TDRS data flow at the exact same time. Now, if both of those signals are cutting out at the exact same time, that could mean we lost the ship. It has been several minutes since we've gotten any data from Starship. We are waiting just a couple more minutes just to see if we can get any additional confirmation, but that is one data point that we're tracking, and that could indicate that we had a loss or a breakup of the ship during that re-entry. So might not make it all the way to splashdown today, but we were able to get through the early phases of re-entry, hit some of that peak heating, which was just really incredible to see a Starship coming back from space after getting all those views from space for the very first time. So we'll just keep on listening in on the loops here, see if we hear anything over the next couple of minutes. And that might bring a close to a pretty successful day so far.
All right.
So again, we did lose the TDRS. That's the tracking and data relay satellite. That's the satellite system that pretty much every spacecraft operating in orbit right now will use to get data. We were able to get some signal through that. And then we were also getting data back through Starlink.
All right, we'll see. We've got a couple more minutes to confirm, but as you heard from the SpaceX,
the folks who are experts on the various different
from what
systems,
SpaceX had to say about that, it
we
appears
have,
very likely that the orbiter has been lost at this
mission mode
point.
still,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
it would be so
re-entry
tough to
was
stay
not
focused
entirely
with what an
successful.
exciting day we've had today.
Once again,
to quote Monty Python,
can't be sure.
I'm
Let's
not
wait
dead
for a
yet.
couple more minutes before
We don't know. As Dan said,
absolutely write
we did
off
lose
the
connection
Starship.
with TDRS, which is the tracking and data relay satellite system, and Starlink at the same time. So it is a realistic possibility that we lost Starship, which honestly was always on the table. We didn't know how far it was going to get. The further we could fly and the more data we could collect was always the biggest win. And so regardless of, if we did lose the vehicle and we are not able to, make it all the way to our intended splashdown, note that we weren't intending to recover this vehicle, either vehicle, the Super Heavy booster nor the Starship. We weren't intending to recover either of them. They were both going to basically hit at terminal velocity and break up upon contact with the surface of the ocean. So we're standing by to hear whether or not we are going to be able to get telemetry readings back, but we are possibly anticipating news that we lost Starship due to basically a double blackout from TDRS and Starship data at the same time.
But this is, it's worth mentioning, this is the first time
John
that
York, the
we've come back
tattoo
at
thing
these
was over a
speeds
long time ago.
in any of the test flights that
When,
we've done so far
when
with
ULA,
Starship.
when
So
Vulcan
we are
Centaur
trying
made
to
it to
prove out that
space,
the heat shield works
that was
as
pretty much the end of it.
ability at those hypersonic speeds works as intended. So if we were able to get back any data on that.
Yes, I do have a new one, but the new one is a long ways from now. That's saying if Starship can actually land humans on the moon by September of 2026, I will get that same tattoo.
Whenever it was initially starting. So we must have gotten some data
today
there.
has been otherwise a phenomenal day.
Incredible.
Liftoff on time, full ignition of all of the boosters, engines, successful hot staging, and then ship took it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to see the ship actually make it further as well as the booster. We were hoping that the booster would perform a soft water landing, but we lost it during just before it was able to ignite the landing burn. But the ship continued on. We saw all six Raptor engines on the ship ignite and then shut down for second engine cutoff. And we saw some amazing views as well, and it's just been certainly a day that I will be taking many screenshots and using them as my computer desktop background for, well, until the next Starship launch.
When we get even better views, I'm sure.
Exactly.
And we also hit a number of our other ambitious test objectives. We had a chance to at least initiate the commands for a propellant transfer demo within the vehicle. This is something that Starship's going to have to do in the future, and these sort of transfers haven't been done at this scale before, so that's a first as well. We also were able to demonstrate that the payload door
and we got to see that, yeah.
Yeah, and so those commands were sent. Again, data review to come and make sure that everything performed as expected, but that's going to be critical to deploying payloads in the future once Starship becomes operational. So a number of test objectives hit, much more accomplished than Flight 2, and making steady progress towards a fully, rapidly reusable, reliable Starship.
Absolutely.
And hey, Kate, and hey, Shiva, we were just hearing on the loops, we are making the call now that we have lost Ship 28. So,
all right.
As we were possibly
so S28 is
we
definitely
lost the data
lost.
a couple of minutes ago. We haven't heard from the ship up until this point, and so the team has made the call that ship has been lost. So no splashdown today, but again, just it's incredible to see how much further we got this time around. We had a couple of those ambitious objectives that you guys were just walking through that we're able to take advantage of while Starship was in outer space flying over our planet for the very first time. So that was just really incredible. Obviously, there's a lot to go through. Everyone always wants to know right off the bat what happened. Takes us a little bit of time, but I can assure you as soon as we start finding things out, we're going to let everybody know. And I know everybody's going to be excited for the next one. I mean, as I pointed out in the beginning, there's 4 super heavy boosters either fully stacked or getting stacked right behind me. We've got other ships ready to go as well. So it's going to be a really busy time down here at Starbase.
Producer, let's go ahead and mute out SpaceX so that we can wrap this up, because we have a lot of people to thank.
Things it's got to go do.
And with that, we got to say a huge congratulations to our teammates and everyone who's supported the Starship program. There's been flames and reds along the way, but third time's the charm, and we made it to space. We also a big thanks.
All right, guys. My apology for cutting off the SpaceX broadcast early, but they're thanking people, and we too have to thank people here. We have to thank our fantastic volunteers on the ground, 2 gentlemen who at the last moment decided that they would help out and provide us with coverage of the crowd, coverage of everything that was happening at South Padre Island, and then the launch itself, and did a great job of tracking that up into the South Texas sky. That was really fantastic. Really do appreciate what everybody contributed today. In addition to that, just fantastic viewership in general, all of the support, the hundreds, thousands of people who have been watching today. Really appreciate all of you, all the likes, subscribes, the super chats, Patreon support. Without that, this channel simply would not function. Deeply, deeply appreciate that as well. And finally, I would like to issue my deepest thanks to ASN, our fantastic producer, who in the midst of handling family issues, kid issues and from his place in Yorkshire, all the things that he needed to handle, and still managed to put together an amazing stream today. Deserves the deepest thanks from everybody associated with this channel. Once again, let's wrap up everything that transpired, at least as far as we know. An enormous step forward was taken today by SpaceX and for Artemis and for NASA and for our ambitions of a permanent human presence on the moon. Starship made it to space. Starship executed the trajectory, the path that it was supposed to execute in suborbital flight, and came down where it was supposed to come down, at least the re-entry point into the atmosphere. As near as we can tell, all of that was nominal. It carried out multiple tests while in flight, including propellant transfers, including the payload doors, which are going to deploy Starlinks in the future. Robert, thank you so much for your support. Your first super chat ever. Thanks so much for that. Really appreciate that. The only test that was not completed was the burn of the vacuum Raptor in space, relighting the. Sorry, I'm still getting over a flu, guys. I'm looking forward actually to ending this broadcast, to be honest, but let's get through it. So the relighting the Raptor in orbit was not carried out for some reason. We'll have to get more information on that. BJ, thank you very much for your support there. Thanks for that super chat. So all of that having been said, though, here are the things that there were things that did not go precisely right. The separation happened. Hot staging happened. However, the booster, the engines didn't all light again. It did better than it did the last time, but still it did not execute a soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico. Instead, near as we can tell, it pretty much slammed into the water at terminal velocity. That may constitute a mishap as far as the FAA is concerned. I've sent a question to the FAA asking for comment on that subject, and I will get you those details as rapidly as possible. If we have a mishap, that means it's going to take longer before we have another flight, and that's never a good thing. And then also the re-entry may not have gone all that well either. We didn't have a splashdown. The orientation of the ship looked kind of wonky. Okay, so there may not have been a successful, well, there wasn't a successful splashdown, at least not as anticipated. However, those are minor considerations in the overall picture, guys. A huge step forward has taken place today. Starship has leaped forward tremendously in its development, and that is excellent news, not just for Artemis, not just for our return to the moon, not just for our ambitions of going to Mars, but for human space flight in general. And that is what we should be focusing the most on today, is everything that was accomplished. So until next time, guys, thank you very much for watching. And as always, stay angry about space. And